Ultimate Endurance Challenge.
Welcome to a new year of racing. Welcome to the first special event of 2026 here on WorldSimSeries, and we head all the way to the traditional spot where we start the endurance racing season at Daytona. The legendary Daytona International Speedway started out as a speedway on the beach, and now it's a very, very big racing track, well, still quite close to the beach as well. A legendary venue, and the Daytona 24 Hours, a legendary race as well. One of the places in real life to win a Rolex. We don't have that kind of prize here this year. Maybe in the future years, WorldSimSeries can figure out an even bigger prize. But the biggest racing event of the year, 3 divisions. And while that may seem that huge, but remember that in each division it's teams with I think at least 3 drivers in each of the cars, sometimes 4, sometimes 5, and 2 categories here, LMP2s and GT3s, and we've got the new models for those as well. And we're towards the end of the qualifying session. The GT3s have already run theirs, and it is SRC, a GT3 AM team, at the top of the standings. NDX Tax Evaders in P2 overall, and that's the lead GT3 Pro Am car. Then comes another GT3 Am car with the Velociraptor Racing team. Then it's another Pro Am car, AOR Racing team, and the first Pro car is only 5th. That's Team EXA in that 5th position. Then comes International Racing Team, another Pro car. Then it's Hypernova Racing rounding out the top 3 in GT3 AM. GT3 Pro Am is all the way down in 31st overall. And the next GT3 Pro car is down in 32nd. That's Latvian Lightning Locomotives. That's your grid so far in GT3. That's not going to change, but LMP2 can still change as Dream to Drive begins another lap. They sit 3rd. It's LMP2 Pro all the way at the top. Sean Clark Racing, International Racing Team, Dream to Drive. That's your top 3. And I'm joined, as always, by Lodinas.
Hi, Gustas, and welcome everyone to this first special event of 2026 on WorldSimSeries platform. 45 cars on the track, 22 LMP2 cars, 23 GT3 cars. That's gonna be a very tight grid, especially for the start. We are going to have a rolling start procedure here on the AC platform. Maybe that will bring a little bit safetiness to the starting procedure. Excitingly waiting for that, but first of all we have to finish the LMP2 qualifying session, which seems to be quite nicely tight between the leaders. Not so tight as it is in the GT3 field, but still having 7 cars in 135s promises us a very interesting start for the upcoming 24 hours. We have a small delay for this event. That means that the actual start for the race will happen around 25 minutes past 1 p.m. GMT time. So that means we will end this race tomorrow in afternoon. Tomorrow afternoon, yeah. Dream to Drive, they were not able to go faster. Domantas Kniva is now behind the wheel. Icotics on the racetrack, driving on the limit. First sector was a little bit slower for them, but they did manage to improve slightly in the middle sector. They need 1.5 tenths to improve their position. Looking to start the race from a slightly higher place on the racetrack, going low on the main part of the track. Just to try and shorten up the track. It was faster, but it was not fast enough to take that third place from Dream to Drive. But we now have 3 cars in the 1:35.2 with 5 minutes of the qualifying session on the clock.
This car, big gap in front, well, 2/10 in front, and that's pretty big, considering how difficult it becomes to gain those final few tenths and hundredths of a second. Sean Clark Racing will complete another lap in this session in the Dallara. And that looked like a slow lap.
It was an out lap, I believe.
Yep, could have been an out lap. So getting prepared to do that final run with 5 minutes to go. It is, I believe, only Dallara's at the top. Highest Orica we've got in P5. And in terms of the Ligiers, that's the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am, 9th overall in LMP2. Bravos Motorsport.
Some unusual conditions while looking at the screen. Let's hop on board with Sean Clark Racing and Jussi Neirola behind the wheel. Look at how difficult it is at some parts of the circuit to see further ahead, and cars going out of the way, doing it the safe way. You can see a bit here down this straight, but I think the fog gets much heavier here while lining up for the bus stop chicane. The drivers need to stay cautious because it's just the last moment when you're able to see the braking points clearly. That makes the qualifying session a little bit more intense. International Racing Team going slightly faster, 1:35.1, getting closer to Sean Clark Racing, but still not close enough. And well, that's gonna be the final laps of this session for the LMP2 drivers. We had a separate qualifying session between the GT3 cars and the LMP2 cars. And we have 5 categories in total. Gustav's already announced them. And, well, we already have the qualifying session results for the GT3 class. The teams can relax a little bit and get themselves prepared for this 24-hour race start. Sean Clark Racing driver Jussi Neirola trying to improve, only 100th of a second slower in the first sector, so that might be an improvement if he'll be able to glue up the laps together, the corners together in this lap. Up onto the backstretch, approaching Le Mans chicane, the famous corner which was renamed a couple of years ago. I definitely prefer to call it the bus stop chicane.
It's become the Le Mans chicane, and it is actually different now. Even the layout, well, not the layout, the curbs are different now. The speed has gone down in real life in that section. 0.1 from International Racing Team, and can they find an improvement? It's green in sectors 1 and 2. Will that be green again in sector 3? It is a unique sight to see this Dallara out on track. There haven't been that many. It is an improvement, but not enough. Another 10th still to go. Can Dream to Drive actually make it to the line? They probably can. Can International Racing Team do?
No,
that's gonna be a bit closer.
Maybe they can. Well, that's gonna
be super tight. It's gonna be super tight if they can make it. I think Dream to Drive are fine. They can get their tires in the preferred window that they want them in. For International Racing Team, they're gonna have to put in a very, very big push. Bravos Motorsport, the Ligier, another unique car that you don't often see in real life. Well, you don't see in real life anymore. It's pretty much Orica Cup nowadays. And that is your lead in GT3 LMP2 Pro-Am. And it's nice. It's 7. The top 7 are all pro cars. Big difference compared to what we have in GT3, where the first pro car is 5th. So I'm sure that won't be an issue further on in the race, as this car is still over the curbs, has a Dallara behind him. Looks like a pretty quick car as well. He's going to get the benefit of the slipstream all the way around the banking. 18 seconds to go. 15 for anybody to cross the line and start another lap. Sean Clark Racing can't do it. Here comes Dream to Drive, and I think, well, let's see what does International Racing Team cross the line in time? Just about, with a second to go. They're going to start their final qualifying attempt.
Good news for International Racing Team. Domantas Kniva behind the Dream to Drive LMP2 wheel will try improve the position for his team. It's gonna be a 5 drivers team for the Dream to Drive car for the upcoming 24 hours. Kniva, Tunila, Mendelis, Žadeikis and Butvila. And Kniva did not find an improvement in the first sector. All his main rivals are actually back in the pit lane. International Racing Team, even though they managed to start the fast lap, they made a mistake, I assume, and they have aborted their attempt.
With how the tires were prepared, comes Dream to Drive. It is away from the fastest time, so it's not going to be an improvement from them unless something crazy comes out of the Le Mans chicane, and I don't think it will. Actually, change in LMP2 Pro-Am, wasn't it? 47 Racing now at the top. Oh no. Is it?
It's really difficult to identify the correct names of the teams, since we have those long team names in the standings, and we have to be a little bit patient.
Was Bravo's Motorsport who actually took LMP2 Pro-Am pole. That was very, very late on in the session. I guess that improvement came. That's another Ligier anyway.
I think Bravo's Motorsport,
that was the one we were looking at. Okay, so, but 47 is also an LMP2 Pro-Am car. Another Ligier as well. Let's have a look at what we have for this qualifying session. It's going to be 24 hours, but qualifying honors still good. Sean Clark Racing and International Racing Team front row for them, and Sean Clark Racing puts it a 10th ahead of everybody. Then comes Dream to Drive and Iconics right behind them, but couldn't get that tiny improvement. Assetto Racing and Raifuson Online Steer Alperia Racing Team. We'll have to figure out a way to shorten that one. Then comes Midlap Crisis, Click 6 Racing Team, and Bravos Motorsport LMP2 Pro-Am pole ahead of 47 Racing LMP2 Pro-Am 9th and 10th. Then comes Custom GTAC, Muffler Shop Racing 2, and 3rd place in LMP2 Pro-Am, Nordoaker Racing Endurance Team. Oh, we've lost the qualifying. Here we go. Then comes Dams Endurance, Team Blue Flag, Steer, SGS, PDT, Crackton Racing, Juegos Langeros Racing Team, Astur Racing Team, and G29 Team rounds out the LMP2s, a 1 minute 40. That's dangerously close to GT3 pace. GT3, once again, it's SRC at the top, GT3 AM pole, GT3 Pro-Am pole, and 2nd place overall, NDK Tax Evaders. Then comes Velociraptor, AOR Racing Team, Team EXA, that's GT3 Pro pole, ahead of IRT number 2, GT3 Pro P2. Hypernova Racing, Simline Rivals Racing Team, Nordoaker GT Endurance, Latvian Lightning Locomotives, Grikuvege by OBS Simulatore. Then comes Darren Sim Racer, Team Mami Corsa, Latvian Junior Locomotives, Mach 1 Racing, Mach 1 Kart Racing Team, IRT number 3, Golden Motorsports, IRT number 2, NLG Racing, Young Driver, Tavira Racing Team, Doc Powerod GT, and Assetto Racing by OBS Simulatori. So that's your grid of 45 cars ready to tackle the race in Division 1. Division 2, we can quickly run through the top 3 in that one. BR Extreme in Speed We Trust and Tiger Motorsport Racing Team. Again, GT3 M at the top, GT3 Pro Am in second, GT3 Pro in third. So those are your results as we get ready to go for 24 hours of racing around the Speedway.
Let's take a short break before we will start this event and meet you right before the start and finish line.
WorldSimSeries presents Ultimate Endurance Challenge.
Welcome back to the circuit as we get ready to go for the formation lap here at Daytona. Actually, the formation lap will be part of the race time. So I guess the race gets a little bit shorter, 23 hours and 57 minutes or so, I guess.
Yep, it depends on how... will they do a full formation lap? They should do a full formation lap, I believe.
Yeah, because they're definitely quite close to the start-finish line. I don't think they've got many options to not do a full formation lap. Too bad, because of the fog, we can't really see the safety car.
Yep, coming right through.
There it is.
And that's the roll on to the formation lap for the participants. Really nice to have this neat formation lap feature on AC system, and well, a real driver, a real human person is driving that safety car actually now behind the wheel. It's not a computer, it's not simulated. Someone is actually driving that Mercedes. We'll have a one rear chance to sit behind the wheel of the safety car. Keyboard operated.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say very sharp movements of the wheel, but I guess, yeah, keyboard operated probably. Sun's poking out. here in the infield at least. We'll see if we'll get more of it as the day goes on.
Yep, so it's gonna be an even shorter race, a full lap at low speed. It's already 1 minute and 40 seconds of the racing time, but we still haven't seen the actual start. Huge grid of cars, and it's gonna be dangerous actually with these foggy conditions. Drivers will have to be extra cautious in case something happens in front. You could barely see if there are cars in front of you, and you have no time basically to react. So hopefully everyone will have that in consideration. Tires are cold. They will get a little bit warmer, though driving at speeds like these, I already hear Hamilton complaining in the headphones.
Be difficult to get.
It's definitely difficult.
Temperature.
I think the tires will not become very warm, not to say hot, because of the pace car. It's definitely going too slow. The drivers are not able to. Well, they are trying to weave the cars, but just ever so slightly. Not the leaders, so they are definitely gonna have a cold tires start here, and they need to be cautious.
Yep, trying anything crazy, I guess. Not trying to build too much temperature in. We'll see if that actually has any effect at the start. Obviously much colder tires. If somebody's got a nice and warmed up set, maybe has a chance to be a little bit quicker, although that tiny bit of weaving doesn't change much. It's more maybe psychological, the weaving some of the cars are doing. That tiny amount is not going to give you any temp into the tires. I'm actually surprised that that the cars didn't go single file before going to double file later on in the lap. Maybe was communicated to them in the driver's briefing to do it this way, but that definitely makes your life more difficult in terms of getting tire temp. Car in P45, that's the Dams Endurance team, is way back. They're still in the Le Mans chicane and stationary there as well, and they're back into the pit, so issues clearly for that one. Safety car peels away for the 2026 Daytona 24 here on WorldSimSeries, and we're off. Sean Clark Racing gets a decent enough getaway to keep the lead at the start, and Icotics get up into P3, and Dream to Drive are going to try and battle them into turn 1, but can't do it. Looks like relatively clean, at least from the front of the field and the middle of the field as well. Here come the GT3s now, SRC at the top, and they hold on to that position. And another clean start as well, very surprising, but now they've got the slower LMP2s, more difficult to get any heat into the tires for the LMP2s, and clearly now that's going to make everything more and more difficult for the GT3s. SRC just about holds on. Audi, BMW top 3 in GT3 at the moment. More overtakes going on behind them into the Western Horseshoe. A good overtaking opportunity. Dream to Drive has gotten back in front of Icotics, and now eyeing up International Racing Team in front, as Sean Clark Racing already a second in front, so clearly some mistake from the International Racing Team, and riding that double yellow line at the bottom there. It's going to be to the outside and the high line for Dream to Drive, and I think they're going to do it even before the Le Mans chicane, so way more confident on the brakes and gets the move done.
So nice start of the race for the Dream to Drive team. They lost one place coming into first place.
Going high and losing another position. Shizuoka, and that's the highest Orica we have in the field. All carbon livery on that one, as big loss there. That was from that was a different team, not Iconics, that was Alperia. And they go down into turn 1, and I think the... oh, spin for the Orica, and a little bit of contact there. Now we're seeing contact, and drivers are going to have to avoid that one. There's a gap to the GT3s, and I think that was enough for that car to get out of the way. Here's Team EXA, GT3 leader again, a second in front. So the leaders really had a good pace, and we saw them, actually we've lost one of the Audis. Because now it's Audi, BMW, Lexus, and LMP2 in the mix there as well. Going to the inside, one of the Ligiers. And that is for position, I do believe. Well, overall position should be for position for very long in this race, though. But yeah, very interesting scenario here. So what happened in GT3, I do wonder. NDX Taxivators. Where has that car gone? Actually, Team EXA leads GT3 Pro. Now this is getting a little confusing.
Wasn't it NLG Racing that...
It was, so qualifying was SRC and then NDX Taxivators. SRC are in the pits. Probably contact somewhere. We don't see Taxivators here either. So some issues happening clearly, but Sean Clark Racing still leads, but Dream to Drive actually able to close the gap at the front there. So while it did look not that great as they got off the line, it's gotten a little bit better for the guys behind. And the battle may start soon. Category leaders on your screen on the right hand side. You'll see them, should see them all the way throughout the race. So if you don't see them in the timing tower, you'll see, well, that's I guess more important for the GT3s. You'll always see the LMP2 lead on the timing tower, the overall lead, but that's going to be LMP2 lead unless something really crazy happens here. A little bit wide from International Racing Team, making mistakes and losing time. International Racing Team, was there a driver change? I don't think so. Or qualifying, from qualifying, nope, it's still the same driver there. And fastest lap of the race, Dream to Drive, they are on a charge. Have got the pace to try and keep up. Penalty.
Oh, that's Bravo's Motorsports. Long pits completed, so they had issues. They were the LMP2 Pro-Am qualifying winners, and that they have already went into the pit lane. Definitely some issues arised at the opening laps of this 24 hours race. We will have 14 long mandatory pit stops for the teams. The long pit stop takes 3 minutes time. So something did definitely not go as planned for the LMP2 Pro-Am qualifying leaders, and that's gonna change the game in the LMP2 Pro-Am class. We have 8 cars in that class. Oh, there goes Dream to Drive car. Was that the slipstream that basically...
and they've gotten in front, and they've gotten in front easy. I think Sean Clark Racing maybe didn't want to fight that one too much.
Already 6/10 gap, so that looked a little bit sketchy with the Sean Clark Racing car. Still choosing Neirola behind the wheel, but it looked like it was a lift or something. Or a problem in the gear change.
I think maybe they let them through clearly. It's a smart thing to do. There's not really a big point to try and battle right now with such a long distance still to go, but this top three has already gapped Iconics in P4, and well, that's the first bit of traffic they're gonna have. This
Still not a problem. Look at the map. Look at the map and what awaits the LMP2 and the GT3 field. They will meet shortly. Not in this or the next lap, but that's not gonna take too long, as we'll have a slightly different race starting from that moment that the two classes will clash. You have one car and there are still some problems for the faster LMP2 cars to make a safe pass.
It's sometimes more difficult to have that lone car be the one, because it's not really something you expect at this point of the race. But once they reach that big gaggle of cars, that's going to be also an opportunity to maybe gain a few spots. It could be an opportunity to lose a few spots as well. So SRC, PVT, Damas Endurance, and Bravos Motorsport all down. And I think we've only got actually probably have more than 40 cars running. That's the last car we see on our timing screen. To drive another fastest lap of the race, so clearly have found the pace and are comfortable with this high fuel load. Obviously cars running maximum fuel. Team Blue Flag Racing, that is Pro-Am lead.
I don't think so.
Nordoaker leads Pro-Am. This is P2 in Pro-Am.
Yep, after we've lost our qualifying leaders, Bravos Motorsports, they are down in the last 45th place overall, so not a great start for that team. They had that long stop, 3 minutes, so they lost about 2 laps while staying stationary. And Tavira Racing Team drive through for cutting, and I think the biggest risk for the drivers to cut the track is the Le Mans chicane. And I've seen drivers struggling there with that corner. Sometimes you come in a little bit too fast. You have that problem of cutting that exit part of the chicane. And I think too many times, you do that 3 times, you automatically get a drive-through penalty. Look at this!
Oh, and a spin. All the brakes. Probably the best case scenario here when you have a spin at the Le Mans chicane. Drive-through taken by somebody.
Tavira Racing Team, that's the GT3 M car. Car number 4 actually, so they did good in the pre-qualifying session in the M class. Another International Racing Team car, this time in a GT3 class. Ooh,
I don't think
that was close.
Wow. That was a brave, well, kind of a rejoin there. But interesting scenario. I'm sure International Racing Team, well, probably the driver didn't even really see what happened there, but that was very, very close. And that is a pro car up in front. This is an AM car, the Simline Rivals Racing Team.
And International Racing Team, they were third the last time they crossed the line, so that means IRT number 2 car, driven by Adam Cajoni, had some sort of issues, and again running a little bit wide. Let's take a look at the comparison lap times. Yes, indeed, International Racing Team number 2, they lost 3 seconds on the previous lap. That's why they had to re-overtake the Simline Rivals Racing Team driver. On the racetrack.
And they look like they're about to also catch up to Hypernova. It's another M car. They've got 2 more cars between them and Team EXA, who are the lead in GT3 Pro.
Some LMP2s here in the mix, still not the actual meat of the two classes, but it's gonna happen fast.
It's gonna be soon. Yep. It's gonna be very soon that we see these cars start to mix, and this first run through traffic, that's gonna be the big one. Once you get through that first batch, everybody will fan out a little bit more the next time you come to them. Side by side action in down at turn 1. This is Hypernova Racing, 20th overall. Having lost that position now to International Racing Team. Interesting how in qualifying, clearly those pro cars were struggling. Now, going back up the field, so as we expected, and it's well, good to see, to be honest. You don't really want to see the AM cars at the front of the field. Doesn't always look great, but sometimes those AM cars are very, very quick, so have opportunities to be at the front. Now, AOR Racing will be the next one to try and get past, but that, I believe, is another AM car. No, that's a Pro-Am car, so also not for position. They've got Kirkivege by OBS Natri behind them. That's another Pro-Am car. That's actually the battle for the Pro-Am lead. Here we go, into traffic, and now the difficult thing is this crazy fog is gonna make some issues.
Oh, IRT
drive the side.
IRT again. Is it? I can see the number. Are there two IRT cars in the GT3 class? Because, oh no, that's IRT number 3. So IRT number 4. Actually, we have quite a lot of International Racing Team cars on the grid. I thought it's the number 2 car that has lost position, as the Dream to Drive car has overtaken them. But well, we have a couple of, a little bit more than a couple of International Racing Team cars here this afternoon on the grid. Kniva having no problems whatsoever here in the traffic, but it's definitely really difficult scenario here to drive in the traffic with this heavy fog. It's 20 past 8 a.m. Virtual time, so sun is rising up, still no clear vision of it due to the heavy fog, and the conditions are still quite dreadful here for the drivers. This is a battle for P10 between 3 cars. Let's look at them. So Muffler Shop Racing 2 against G29, I believe. This is a Pro-Am battle. Oh, it's actually... It's a Pro car versus a Pro-Am car.
Yep, so that's not gonna really have an effect on the overall results, but obviously cars in Pro want to get past because, well, they need to get those positions up if they want to fight other Pro cars. And you might think it's 24 hours, but any time lost is not great. Go. Easy run through traffic here. This is where you want to have the traffic, but now down into turn 1, you're gonna have to start thinking about how you make those moves as you get off the oval. This is gonna be tight into this little chicane, but gets it done, has the power to do it, and gets past position, well, not position gain, but actually Kotex has lost a position to Rifus and Alperia. And that is what traffic does to you sometimes. I guess Alperia were actually just very good through traffic as they've gained time on everybody, I think. Yeah, big gain last time out, 1 second quicker through traffic. So these decisions you make are extremely, extremely important. And a switch, and this is for position. This is, remember, a pro car against another pro car. Now, Nordoaker Endurance Team are the highest Pro-Am, sit 9th overall in this LMP2 pack.
Drivers just try to sit tight. Oh, yep, that was a little bit too much of a cut for Raiffeisen Online Steers team. Raiffeisen Online Steer Alperia Racing Team. That is a long name, and they had to lift because of cutting that chicane a little bit too much than they had anticipated to. And back behind Icodics again, so that's how fast things can change. And traffic was not involved in that situation, but traffic can definitely distract your racing rhythm. You try to avoid cars, slower class cars at one point, and then you had a clear track in front of you, and you suddenly forget your braking points or just brake slightly too less, which brings you up in situations like these. And this is a nice view of what the upcoming race is gonna be about. 45 cars on the track still. That's gonna be a very tight and difficult race for all the drivers, trying to fit in on one singular racetrack with differently paced cars, battling for the wins in the classes. 5 classes in total, 2 in the LMP2 class with LMP2 Pro and Pro-Am, and 3 in the GT3 class with a Pro, Pro-Am and M class. So quite a lot of podiums here upcoming in 23 hours and 36 minutes or so. And it's still early minutes of this special event on the WorldSimSeries platform, the 24 Hours of Daytona, the first event of the year, and it's already not less than exciting. The
it's always a big event, the Daytona 24 Hours, and this one is no exception. That big traffic, you'll have more and more traffic throughout the race, obviously, but once everything that's tight, it's always going to be tight in traffic.
Well, the field will spread out slightly at some point. It's not going to be this tight. That's the first couple of hours when it's much tighter than any driver would like to, but they have to fit on the track. They have to deal with these conditions, and so far looks like they are doing that pretty nice. A 50-50 field, 22 LMP2 cars, 23 GT3 cars. That means it's not gonna get easier at any point, just ever so slightly. Briquet by OBS Simulatore in a GT3 Pro-Am car. Is that the lead of the Pro-Am in the GT3?
Second. So Henrikas Klepikas behind the wheel, and
AOR Racing Team are the rivals, and they are right behind them, 7/10 separating these two cars, battling for the Pro-Am lead.
that's your battle for the Pro-Am lead. GT3 I think have caught up. If we would see a the last couple of laps. Yep, they have, and a big gain last lap round, a big loss one lap before, so still gaining some time.
Yep, that's the big loss, and the big gains might definitely have something to do with the heavy traffic that we have on the racetrack. Is the fog getting lighter? No, it's not. It's just that part of the track on the entry onto the backstretch, which has slightly better conditions. I think the sun is getting a little bit higher now.
Yep, the sun's definitely coming up. I think maybe we're losing just a little bit of the fog, which is good. We like to see these cars. They are nice-looking cars.
Wow, that's tight. You always have to be focused because any time on the racetrack, a faster car may approach you and want that piece of tarmac for themselves. Everyone is in some sort of a battle, even though this is the beginning of that 24-hour race, but still, as a racing driver, you never want to lift too much, and that creates those difficult situations, nicely avoided by GT3. Klepikas definitely saw that LMP2 car coming, left plenty of space on the inside of the track, and that's how you have to deal with the traffic in this race. Catching up with your main rival, battling for the lead in your class, and still always constantly looking at your rear view mirrors and the telemetry data. And look, he lost quite a little bit of time while letting through those two LMP2 cars, and then gained back some of it when his rival from the AOR racing team had to do the same thing. And that's how it's gonna happen throughout all of this race. Three-car battle. Nord Oker, Simline, and Lightning locomotives.
That is... this is actually a... Oh, contact! I was going to say this is a battle for nothing, because all of these cars in different classes, Pro-Am, Pro, and Am. So it will be more about Latvian Lightning locomotives getting forward, as they are the Pro car. Trying to gain those positions, but they've lost one now, and now it's Pro-Am, Am, Pro. At the tail end of the top 10 for the GT3s, as the LMP2s keep coming, and they'll keep coming for the rest of the race. Actually, after the first pass, you'll get a little bit of time to be alone, but it's going to be more about after the first pit stop. That's when we'll really see traffic coming up, not in big patches, but it will just be a constant. And once that happens, you get into a rhythm with the traffic as well. I think that first pass is difficult, obviously because everybody's so tight together, but it's also out of your rhythm. The second pass is still not that great, but once you start to really get into it and you keep getting traffic, you're in a rhythm of traffic, and then it's weird to not be in traffic. Right now, if you look at the track map, top right-hand side of your screens, you can see that big gap from the leader.
It was only...
Okay,
yep.
That was GT3, yes. Okay. But still, you can see some gaps still out on the track right now. Front stretch is a big gap, but that's more about the LMP2s being more spread out. And here is Muffler Shop behind Team Blue Flag. Are these both Pro-Ams? No, it's a Pro and a Pro-Am. And Team Blue Flag, I think they actually went in front. Just looking at that gap.
they still find themselves in this battle for position for P9 in the overall standings. Muffler Shop, they would like to get in front of the number 13 Team Blue car. Team Blue flag, actually.
They've got that GT3 Pro-Am lead battle right now in between them. That one still looks to be staying relatively stationary. I guess it's also drivers are still being careful. It's the right way to do it, that's for sure.
And both of them are actually catching up with the Hypernova Racing, an M car, which is now in P3. All the three cars got into 1 second of each other. Yep, constantly faster. The AOR Racing team. Hypernova losing a little bit, and then the Griquevege, they are also catching up. This is a nice battle on the racetrack. Nord Oker and Simline Rivals Racing team side by side into turn 1, and an LMP2 in the way for the Simline Rivals team.
LMP2, and that's Simline Rivals versus a Nissan. It's an interesting sight to see. I guess the Nissan good down the straights. Audi still, I guess, the preferred option. That's what we've seen the class leaders run. That's normally a good indication. As a neon lit up LMP2, it's a unique sight you only really see on Assetto Corsa and on WorldSimSeries races, but it is allowed here. And you've got these neon lit up cars in that some teams use. It's an interesting sight, but it's a pretty cool thing to see. Sometimes can get a little bit annoying, I guess, but yeah, interesting designs. These lights, though, the lights, the LEDs you see around, for example, the windshield or the front grille, and that's something you normally see in real life racing. The underglow is something you normally see on Fast and Furious, so it's a fun thing to see. This one, nope. And first pitters. I guess this is a planned stop, I think, because LMP2s normally run well, on other circuits they normally run to about 40 minutes. This is obviously a much more fuel heavy circuit, much more fuel usage just because of how long you are wide open around the banking. So we should be seeing the leaders take to the pits, and lead gaps, by the way, 4 seconds to the lead, 4 seconds to P2, and 10 seconds to P3. So that front three, I think that's the one we'll be looking at for most of this race for the battles. International Racing Team number 4, Lexus in GT3 Pro, but down in 18th spot overall. Not a good start for them. Robotics, and this looks like a pit stop as well. Oh no, they're just hugging the double yellow at the bottom.
Yep, so the gaps became a bit bigger between the teams, especially in the LMP2 class, as we approach the first wave of pit stops of these fast cars. 14 long mandatory pit stops required by all of the teams. They can decide when to do those. Usually you want to hold those to the very end of the race. Well, not all of them, but have at least one remaining before seeing the checker flag to have an option for some strategy or fix your car. This is also a good thing for the teams to have in their pocket. If they damage their car, they always can get back on the racetrack with a fresh new car.
But as you said, very important to not do too many of those. Because as soon as you do the long pit, it's out of your hands, and if you have any damage, you'll lose those 3 minutes of time, and even if it might not seem that long in 24 hours, I can assure you it is long, even in 24 hours, because the gaps at the end of them are sometimes tiny. Remember back to the Nürburgring 24 we had a few months back, and that one was decided in the final half hour of the race even. Wasn't it the final lap, maybe?
Well, at least final hour, definitely. Kraken took that long stop.
It was very, very tight at the end. That's what I do remember.
It was nice. Hopefully we'll have a very similar finish here for this event also. So far it definitely looks quite nice. Of course, with a shorter track that we have, the lap difference might be different as we had it on the Nordschleife. A lot of cars were still on the same lap, but still the gap that is between the cars is what matters.
Yep, and as the race goes, obviously you'll have different drivers coming in. Now most of the cars have their fastest guys on board, and later you'll really see when different drivers get in, that's when the situation really changes.
Yeah, I'd like to stick with the leading car of the LMP2 class. That's gonna be the biggest indicator of how long the LMP2s can stay out on the racetrack with one fuel tank. As International Racing Team, they go into the pit lane, so I'd say it's 39 minutes of the race, within the 39 minutes of the race, but actually we had a formation lap, which already counted as a race lap, and the cars were going slightly slower, so they might they saved a little bit of fuel, so the next stints might be slightly shorter for the drivers, for the LMP2 cars, and actually for the GT3 cars. To drive, they lost quite a lot of time here in these last couple of laps, almost 2 seconds loss. They did gain almost 1.5 seconds on the 19th lap, but that's what traffic does to your gap occasionally. If you gain on the GT3s on a part of the track which is not very easy to overtake, and this is a pits for the Dream to Drive car. What about Sean Clark Racing? They are staying out, so they either have a different setup for the car, a slightly more economical one, but these longer stints in an endurance race, they definitely sometimes can do a big difference. The question is, how much longer can Jussi Neirola stay on the racetrack? But that shouldn't be too long, I guess. Maybe by the end of this lap.
I don't feel he'll have that many laps, but this is, I guess, why we saw that car maybe not being the fastest one out on track, even if they were so fast in qualifying. A little bit more fuel saving, and by the end of the race, that can make a very big difference for you.
So most of the cars, most of the LMP2 cars are pitting, but not all of them. So we have some slightly different strategy here in our LMP2 field.
So the surprising thing was, we remember the first car we saw pit, that was about 6 minutes ago. So clearly it's got it is a big difference, and that car that pitted 6 minutes ago, it's now on the back foot for, well, the rest of this race, really. because it's going to be difficult to gain that much fuel back. And if you have to make an extra stop, even if it's a short one, you're bound to lose time. And that's not something you want to do, especially in the pits, because to gain back that time on track by driving quicker, that's not easy.
Still staying out. No, actually not. I thought they are staying out. Dream to Drive kind of went a little bit more careful into the pits by the looks of it. Sean Clark Racing stay out for 1 lap longer. International Racing Team back into P3, whereas the Dream to Drive car, it's also on the track, but they did lose to International Racing Team by stopping later, and they did lose quite a lot.
Where they are on track, so I guess the service is probably quite long. It's car dependent. I mean, simulator and car dependent. So what we were used to maybe even last year, because I think this is a different version of the LMP2, might not be what we have this year.
Yep, and we had only one manufacturer last year, I believe, and this time there are 3 cars to choose from for this event, so definitely different cars than we had last year. Sean Clark Racing, they stay in the lead, 3 seconds ahead of International Racing Team, so definitely, yep, so something definitely was different for the Dream to Drive team. 58 seconds lost compared to 23 seconds gain. I'm not sure how one should look at this time. Every car definitely had those short stops. They didn't do those long mandatory pit stops.
Tires?
So
that would be my explanation here. Tires. Maybe we can actually have a look at what tires the cars have on.
Let's try and do that. Okay.
These on mediums. I don't think we actually had a look in the beginning. Maybe softs for the start. That was Dream to Drive's game plan here, and I don't know if it. Well, it says tire age 24, but
yep, it doesn't reset.
We don't trust this graphic here. Yeah, an interesting scenario here. And yeah, pit stops are wrong as well, so we won't have that in our strategy information.
So, Dream to Drive is 20 seconds behind Sean Clark Racing now, so they lost, well, it's getting smaller here, but I believe it's just how the time gets calculated. There we go. Yep, they are roughly 21 seconds behind Sean Clark Racing. That means they lost about 20 seconds with their pit stop. It was 20 seconds longer.
Well, my only explanation for that is tires.
That might be. So you assume that Dream to Drive had softs on and they went switch over to mediums and the other teams didn't change?
My guess, just because of how big the pace differential was as well. Maybe the softs were just a better option, especially, you know, it's not that warm at the start of the race. So maybe softs were their pick of tire.
Yep, that's a possibility. That means they should have quite a lot of pace now because they are on fresh tires and the rivals are still on the same one. Oh, okay.
Yep, information from Dream to Drive that they actually ran out of fuel at the bus stop. So they used so much more fuel. That's probably a bit of a concern for them. Because they ran a lap, well, actually, I guess 1.5 laps less of fuel because they ran out. And, well, that was a big change in terms of their track position. And everything they did perfectly at the start of the race now becomes useless because they've dropped all of that time more.
And even more, yep, but that's what racing is about, and it's still not over. They are now down in P4, lost quite a lot of time to the lead, but I mean, it's still nothing too dramatic. They have the pace, which is the most important thing here. When you want to battle for a win, they have the speed, maybe different setup of the car, and so on. Lots of stuff can happen inside of the team and how they handle their own race. And even though they lost the lead after the first stint, they are still definitely in the battle for the win of the LMP2 Pro Class and the overall standings here this afternoon. And while we speak about the overall standings, let's go quickly through the GT3 field. Velociraptor Racing Team are in the overall lead of the GT3 class.
EXA has actually dropped back.
Yep.
Interesting. And IRT number 2 have gone into the lead of the Pro Class. So changes there. Pro-Am, by the way, that there was a switch with GT3 by OBS Simulatore going in front of AOR Racing Team. Switching going on. But these positions will keep changing all the way throughout the race. If you lead in hour 1, it doesn't mean that much, but it is positive when you can lead in hour 1. You kind of know that you can maybe hold that pace for longer. And now actually it's GT3 v GT3 Traffic going on as well, and this is when it becomes more fun as the Traffic tries to get back past the GT3 Porsche.
It's the audio of the Latvian team. We do have a couple of the Latvian teams, I believe, on the racetrack. Yep, so a couple of identically painted Latvian Audis in this race, and GT3 were battling one. I think it was this one that they were in a battle earlier. They are now down in P9.
And NDK Tax Evaders, they're up to 9th. So remember, they started up in 2nd. That class. And since that is a Nissan, when we first saw the GT3s after the start, it was already Audis up in front, so maybe that explains where these cars went. And where is SRC 20th overall? So really far down.
So some of the GT3s are in the pit lane, still a little bit too early, I assume, for a GT3 car. They should be able to stay out at least for 1 full hour, and with that formation lap, the first stint should even be slightly longer. Maybe tires are gone, or the balance of the car is bad. Not sure why some of the teams decide to stop slightly earlier than they could, because well, even those 2 laps to stop earlier than one could, they definitely can play a big role at the end of the full 24 hours race.
Yep, and these small things add up all the way throughout these 24 hours. Every time you pit a lap early, every time you do something, you miss something in traffic, you maybe have a little bit of contact, a little bit of damage on the car. When you isolate these incidents, it doesn't feel big. When you finally see what everything adds up to at the end of the race, if you take out that time, you might think, oh, I could have maybe been P1.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, you're P20, for example. So,
ooh,
yeah.
Why is there a GT3 car standing stationary on the racetrack? It's already now back into the pit lane. There was a Porsche standing in the middle of the track between turns 2 and 3.
Sometimes issues. And we'll see many, many more of those. Remember, for those of you watching who didn't participate in pre-qualifying, it is a much bigger field of drivers wanting to drive a GT3 car. For LMP2, every single every single team that has entered is in the race. For GT3, Divisions 2 and Division 3 are both only GT3s. So that's how much more popular the GT3s are. That's maybe why we have, let's say, a stronger GT3 field, at least overall. If you look at the lap times and how close everybody is, it's a little bit closer than what we have in LMP2.
Yep, and well, the regulations also require a higher license, a higher minimum license for the LMP2 class. You need to have at least a Pro-M class to be able to start in the LMP2 series here in this race. Maybe that's also something that plays a role in what the teams choose to drive.
It's also a more, let's say, a more unique car. You often see less LMP2s and less LMP2 series. So this one is definitely, this could be one of the reasons everybody's just has setups for the GT3s, has good knowledge of those cars, maybe drives them in other simulators more as well, and in other WorldSimSeries events. For example, on Assetto Corsa Competizione, you have only GT3s, so everybody likes to drive those.
That was the Porsche that was stationary on the racetrack. They are back into the race, still standing in the pit lane for that long pit stop. That's close. That's Dream to Drive battling for P3 in the LMP2 Pro class against Raiffeisen Online team. And with the traffic, they had a small chance. They had a look. We're a little bit too far off. That's Kniva against Innerhofer. Running down the straight. Beautiful reaction by Innerhofer. As soon as he got the opportunity, he went down the straight, but still not enough of straight line speed. And Dream to Drive seemed to have a very fast car running down the straights here this afternoon. They managed to overtake Jean-Claude Racing quite easily at that backstretch. They were able to repeat the same move here again on Raiffeisen Online Steer Sim Racing team. Oh, this is a very long name for that team. Raiffeisen Online Steer Alperia Racing team. I think we should call them simply Raiffeisen team. to save us a little bit of time while trying to pronounce what's happening on the racetrack. Team Blue Flag just lost the position to Nordoker on the backstretch. I wonder, was that a slipstream created situation for the Dream to Drive car because they were able to pass their rival so easily, even though the Raiffeisen driver did some clever moves while being in the traffic. He went down, he kind of broke down the slipstream for the Dream to Drive car and was still able to pass it that easily. Blue Flag running wide into turn 1. That's not how you make that overtake happen. Let's see what happens when the cars are swapped around. This time Raiffeisen is behind the Dream to Drive car, but 6/10 behind. Slipstream is working slightly, but it's not doing magic stuff like that.
Yep, I think, and it's a good, you know, a pretty smart strategy. If you can control the car through the infield, it's a good idea to have a car that's very, very good down the straights. Right now, it's obviously battles for position, but when you get to the situation of battles not for position, but in traffic with cars that don't want to let you past, if you've got the straight line speed, there's not much they can do. If you don't have the straight line speed, then they can defend, they can do something. When you don't have the straight line speed, they can't do anything. So that is I think a pretty smart way to do it, if that's the way they have done it. Watching that Dream to Drive car, and well, now that they've gotten back to the position where they started, it's back to trying to catch up to those cars in front. And again, that's probably not going to be great for their fuel situation as well.
So it seems they have that high straight speed. They run a little bit less downforce. Does it make their car use a little bit more fuel than of the others?
That
it should be vice versa.
Opposite.
Yep.
Yeah, it would be opposite normally. So, yeah, it's well, I think it's more about how much you are pushing, how much you're trying to fuel save. It also depends how smart are you in traffic, because you can really gain a lot of fuel, save a lot of fuel, if you're good in traffic. If you can predict where the cars are going to be, where you're going to meet the cars, then it's easy, well, not easy, but easier to save fuel, because you can lift off early if you know that anyway, middle of the corner, you're going to catch up the traffic, and then you're not going to be able to do anything. So it is experience at Daytona in an LMP2 as well. Obviously, the guys at Sean Clark Racing have experience in every car. Probably in WorldSimSeries, I think they've probably won every event. And they won this one last year. Did they win this one last year? We like to have these looks back at the history of the event, so I'll try and find what happened last year. What class did they run and did they win?
Another battle in the GT3 field. This was IRT number 3 car. Battling actually Daron's Sim Racing, and they managed to overtake Team Multiclass in the meantime. So 3-car battle. Always need to check what class they represent. So IRT number 3 car, they are a Pro-M team. Daron Sim Racers, they are a Pro car. And Mami Course, also a M car, so this is a battle for position in the GT3 Pro M class between Mami Corsa and International Racing Team. Position should be 6 in class.
It was a win last year for Sean Clark Racing, but that was in LMP3 because the LMP3s were the highest class, but obviously this year back to the faster cars. LMP2 easier in traffic, definitely. Last year with the LMP3s, a lot of, well, not really issues, but much more difficult of a race when you've got cars that much more similar in straight line speed. Here's that battle. Those IRT cars are very easy to spot in every single event that they run in. Same with Sean Clark Racing, same with Dream to Drive. Oh, a little bit of contact, and that's going to be a spin, and even oh no. Oof. They got lucky there. Wow. That's why you wait. Please wait. If other teams are, if other drivers are listening who haven't driven yet, and you end up in a situation like this, please wait. That's the most important thing, because when you don't wait, you get into big trouble, because not only are you going to have huge damage on the car, you might also have a nice little penalty coming your way as well. Well, you will if you do an unsafe rejoin. You will have a nice little penalty coming your way. Not little penalty as well, a big one.
So the Dream to Drive and Rive Eisen are still quite close together, a similar pace. Well, we had similar pace in the qualifying session in between the leading LMP2 cars. This is now traffic for Rive Eisen before the Le Mans chicane. They were able to overtake both of the GT3 class in one go. That's AOR Racing Team. Latvian junior locomotives and Golden Motorsport. I think this is traffic actually. No, this is for position 38 versus 37 as the AOR car has headed into the pit lane, leaving these two battling it out into the first corner.
And Latvian junior locomotives. We saw Latvian Lightning locomotives come into the championship this year. And now, well, come into WorldSimSeries races last year, and now we've got a junior team for them as well. Drive. They haven't been able to really gap Reifeson behind them. That's interesting. I would have expected them to be able to just get past quickly, but
it was difficult through the exit of the Le Mans chicane, and it's always risky to outbrake yourself because you can get a drive-through penalty by the system. We've already had a couple of penalties here in the one completed hour of the race, so you want to be fast, but also you don't want to be too fast here, especially in the bus stop chicane.
Yep, that's a very, very, very easy spot to get yourself into very, very big trouble. And for kind of for nothing sometimes, because yeah, you make a mistake there, you get a drive through, you gained a 10th, 100th maybe, but you end up with a nice little 20-second or more loss. And you have to come down pit road and serve that. Another car off the track. Starting to see mistakes.
Yep, and it happened just in front of the leaders. That's Assetto Racing Team. Looking at the lap times between Jean-Claude Racing and International Racing Team. So Jean-Claude Racing, they were faster for most of the previous laps, but when traffic comes into play, they can lose a bit of the time and the lead they have sometimes. Comparing
That often means a more careful team in traffic, which is not always a bad thing. I think maybe they're trying to still feel out the competition throughout the race. Normally, you know, you get to know who you're racing, and you start to know where they brake, how they act, if they drive into you, how many incidents are they having, and then you can actually adjust how aggressive you are in traffic. If you know it's a car that's going to be an easy overtake, or at least an overtake where you don't have the fear of being hit, you can have a bit more risk. Here's Shizuoka Racing getting past Team Blue Flag, and this wasn't for position, this was for overall position, but not class position. And in terms of that, we can look is Pro-Am. Pro-Am is 47 Racing. That's your leader in Pro-Am. That is the highest running Ligier in the race anyway.
They're 7th overall.
Yep, it's a very good position for them to be in. 7th overall. I don't think they really want to expect more, or did expect more. Just seeing how the qualifying was. Obviously, LMP2, you've got all of the WorldSimSeries All-Stars, if you can call it. Sean Clark Racing, International Racing Team, and Dream to Drive. So you wouldn't expect really a Pro-Am car to be up front. But they're leading their class, and that's all that matters. They've even got a Pro car in between them, just to make it easier for them.
So the Dream to Drive finally got out of the slipstream zone for the Raiffeisen team, and now we have a 4-second difference between these two cars. The pace of the three leaders is very similar. Well, International Racing Team, they lost a bit of time on the previous laps. I wonder what happened to them. Yep, they lost a bit more than 1 second on the previous lap, and I think they lost a little bit more on this one because the gap went up a bit, not by much. Yep, so lost about 1.5 seconds in the course of 2 laps. Jean-Claude Racing enjoying that lead, trying to achieve what they did 1 year ago in an LMP3 class, which was still the fastest car on the field. I hear something beeping in my headphones. I think someone just set the best lap of the race.
That was a penalty? The penalty notification?
Oh, maybe that was a penalty notification, right. Something just popped out into the headphones.
I don't think we'll see fastest lap of the race for a while, to be honest. just because we've got quite a long way to go until the temperature drops, because it's only going to keep going up all the way till the sun goes down again. And temperature goes up means that lap times go up as well. I wanted to say go down, but obviously lap times go up. That's the bad thing. Obviously, we started very, very early morning, a track that was foggy. The fog has dissipated, and it dissipated so quickly. That was nice to see, because we can finally have a look at these beautiful race cars. And for the teams, it's nice when you're actually able to see what's going on, and not just have to hope that nobody's approaching, or that you're not approaching anybody. So Velociraptor lead in GT3 ahead of Simline rivals in IRT number 2, and it's a big gap to the front of the field, and this is a battle for P2 overall, but again, no difference in terms of the actual class position. I think,
a battle is a battle. The driver definitely always wants to get that position if he feels he's able to. And Team EXA, actually, are they getting closer to the... oh, yes, definitely. They are catching up quite fast with the IRT number 2 car. This is for position, P2 in class, P3 overall. As Dream to Drive gets past these two battling GT3 cars. Oh, that was risky for Domantas Kniva. Still managed to control it nicely, and off he goes. But this might change the position for Simline rivals team and the IRT number 2 car. And at the same time, Team EXA is getting closer and closer to this battle, a little bit too far off now to get a use of this situation. Audi versus Lexus down the main straight into turn 1. IRT has the inside line, which is usually the preferred line when you're in a battle, and that's how it ends out. IRT ends up in front of Simline. Let's ride on board with Team EXA. Frutos behind the wheel.
Got some traffic. You can, if you're very, very smart, you can use that traffic to your advantage.
Traffic on. Did you see that? That LMP2 that just passed them has went off the racetrack.
Sometimes happens. Not really in real life, but this one has been beamed right up to space.
But what a huge gap.
To the lead.
Yeah.
You mean, yeah. Yep. I guess not making mistakes, that's how you lead. And that's how you make that difference there. More traffic, and now actually Simline trying to get back past. And I don't think they're going to make it. I thought it was a very, very late braking move from them, and Team EXA now get that position as well. That's why you don't fight battles that aren't your battles, because there's no point, and all you do is lose more. So just a time loss for them. They clearly had a faster car coming up to them, so they didn't really need to take that risk here, but they did, and they lost a position and lost a lot of time. So a good lesson for the future. But still doing well, this car. This is this is an AM car. So it does sit behind the Velociraptor car, which is 20 seconds ahead. That's also an AM car, so it's still an AM car up in the lead of GT3. Was there contact? I think there was. It looked like that LMP2 just moved around. I don't think it really did. Maybe just a little bit of a connection issue, and that's how they made that slight bit of contact, but slight bit of contact sometimes means more time lost, and that's what happened to them right here.
So Team EXA lost a little bit of time. We are now looking at the battle between Simline and Gricoveger. Simline definitely losing out in these battles, which are not theirs. Oh, braking so late into the bus stop chicane, and I think that scared out the Team EXA driver, almost missing the exit of that corner, and that should be time loss again for the Simline team. Raiffeisen Online Steer Alpera Racing Team drive through for speeding. This is car number 15, LMP2, receiving penalties.
And I think speeding is an automatic penalty, so
I think so. Yep.
Not something you want to have, and these are the risks you take or you don't take when running a 24-hour race. Do you really want to be super duper quick into the pits? Is there a point for you to be super duper quick? Because that half a second, like it has for them, can turn into 20 seconds. So unfortunate for them.
A little bit of statistics in these, well, in this 1 hour and 18 minutes race. We already had 171 contacts between the cars. No penalties, a couple of warnings. Most of them are racing incidents with no further action. But this is a huge number. Of course, we have quite a lot of cars here on the grid with these two classes in total. No wonder that we definitely see contacts from time to time, as the second wave of the pit stops in the LMP2 class is shaping up. Dream to Drive. Did they pit already?
I think so. It looks like it, at least with the time that they have.
Yep, because and this time they overtook International. Oh, okay, International Racing Team taking that long stop. I'm pretty sure about that. They are still stationary in the pit stop, so this is a strategy outsync moment where we will at some point see different cars leading the race, taking podium places, and it's going to be really difficult to tell what real position they are battling for. Some teams will take those long stops on different occasions, and that will outsync them on the racetrack in the overall standings. That's where mathematics will come into play hugely. Iconics into the pit lane, Dream to Drive up and back into P3, 33 seconds behind the mid-lap crisis. Jean-Claude Racing taking that pit stop. That should be 20 seconds between Jean-Claude Racing and Dream to Drive, as Jean-Claude Racing will head back onto the racetrack. At this moment, driving slow with some other LMP2 car. Mid-lap crisis. Staying? No, they are still on that Le Mans chicane section. Still quite a huge gap between Jean-Claude Racing and Dream to Drive. Raiffeisen taking that pit stop. Yep, International Racing Team, they have just completed their long stop. Mid-lap crisis. They are going for an overtake. Will they head over to the pit lane? Doesn't seem so. They will be able to stick out for one lap longer.
Big crash if they tried to go into the pit lane at that point.
So mid-lap crisis.
Although I've seen people try and do it.
Yeah, that would definitely have caused some issues. But Midlap Price is doing a good job, taking over the lead at least for one lap. That's not going to be a full lap. If they pit by the end of this one, they will lose that lead. Still, a nice moment for them to be in that lead, waiting for the Dream to Drive car to cross that line. They should be second at this moment. They are still third because RT took that long stop. And they are about the same gap that they were behind Sean Cloud Racing before pitting. Something around 22 seconds between these two LMP2 Pro cars. Kniva still behind the lead, so going for a 4-stint run, which, well, or a 3-stint run, for at least a 3 stints run, which might sound a lot, but it's basically replicating a 2-stint behind a GT3 car, losing a little bit of time here behind that Latvian car. Iconics also taking that long mandatory pit stop. Dream to Drive and Sean Cloud Racing looking to extend those, well, to carry over those long pit stops to as far as possible. Kniva doing a good job, and by the way, those long stops for the other teams means that there might have been driver changes.
Most likely you'll have a driver change. I don't think you'd waste one, and unless you have damage, but I don't think International Racing Team had that. It's definitely a driver change for International Racing Team. Christinani goes in behind the wheel for his first run at it. Well, the gap has kind of stayed stable with Dream to Drive or Sean Clark Racing, so this time no big mistakes, but I think Sean Clark Racing ran now did they run 2 laps longer or 1 lap longer?
Definitely 2. I believe this time they ran 2 laps longer, if not 3. Well, we looked at the GT3 field, and we didn't see when the Dream to Drive car made the entry to the pit stop. And this is Raiffeisen team, so they are still 4th. Should be 5th, I believe, after that 5th or 6th actually, because Iconics also made that long stop. But with that drive-through penalty, they are still doing good, and they end up right behind Midlap Prices as they re-enter the track after their last pit stop. Are we gonna have a battle? I don't.
Yeah, Iconics are behind the International Racing Team. Okay. It showed different in the WorldSimSeries timing page, but it has now updated. This is Raiffeisen behind Midlap Crisis. Battle for this for a podium position right now. Obviously, we'll see what happens in 22.5 hours time. This could be a battle for the lead, or it could be a battle for 10 at the end of the race. But here it comes Raiffeisen, and they're going to get this move done easily. Midlap Crisis lifts and lets them go, and that's the smart thing to do here. No unnecessary risk.
Traffic in play, that's going to give a chance for Midlap Crisis to try to get back into that 3rd spot.
I wasn't expecting that. I thought they would just stay back, but they go to the outside. And if you do this perfectly, this slipstreaming game, you can actually gain time. So you keep, it almost becomes like a bike race where you start towing each other along. But Midlap Crisis lifted out of it into turn 1 as well, so maybe that's what they were just trying to do. Gave a little bit of a draft, almost getting hit by the GT3 there. You have to be smart when you're turning in and having that wider line on entry. Muffler Shop Racing 2. Mid-lap crisis clearly getting slower, so not gonna move forward, but still in a good position. That car, we've seen that car in many races before. We know it can be competitive towards the end if they stay out of trouble. Here's Dream to Drive, getting past the QVG by OBS Monatrikar. That car is in P4 overall, GT3, and P1 in GT3 Pro Am. What that gap is. It is 5 seconds. So, Andrikas Klapikas doing a good job getting away from the NPK Tax Evaders car. Actually, did they pass somebody else? I think NPK Tax Evaders are actually the ones who are catching up to them. Maybe you can have a look and see the lap time comparisons. P4 and P5 overall in GT3. And that's the lead battle in GT3 Pro Am. Have that comparison. Maybe not, I guess. But so P4 and P5 in GT3. I'd like to see how their lap times compare, because last time out, quicker by 4/10 was NDK Tax Evaders. Crossing the line now is QVG, looked to have been a decently clean enough lap. Here we go. That's your lap time comparison. Big difference in these last couple of, well, last lap it was similar finally, but before, second lost, 3/10 lost. So clearly gonna be a battle for the lead in this category soon. Battle for P4 in GT3 overall. But again, still incredibly, can't believe this. It is an AM car leading by 20 seconds at the front of GT3. So that one is something I didn't expect to see, and by a good margin, and still keeping that lead, not dropping off too much.
They are not dropping; they're actually gaining, aren't they? It was it was around 20 seconds. Now the time goes a little bit wild, but I think it's still about 20 or so seconds between these two drivers. The GT3 class overall leaders, it is about 20 seconds, so it's the gap is basically stationary now. So as you said before, you need to avoid mistakes, and that's how you most times gain those biggest gaps. Looks like the main rivals of this M team made or had more issues at the beginning of the race. Velociraptor managed to gain this nice lead, which currently stays basically unchanged.
Well, I'll be very interested to see once they make their long stops, you have different drivers come in, what happens then. That's gonna be the big difference maker here, I think. Once you see what happens there, that's when we'll know if this team can really fight for overall honors here. That would be something. not even a Pro-Am car, an Am car fighting for the overall win, but still 22 and a half hours to go, so maybe pretty early to say what might happen.
Definitely pretty early, only 1.5 hours completed, not even a Grand Prix distance has been completed here. How many laps have the leaders completed already? 53 laps in total have been completed by Sean Clark Racing in this race, also by the Dream to Drive team. Others will follow.
The distance would be, that's 300 kilometers done already. So a pretty good amount of laps already completed. And if this was an F1 race, we'd have about 50 kilometers to go until the checkered flag. So actually the race pace is looking very, very good here. You're seeing guys running at quite a high average speed. Obviously a track that allows that because you're flat out for a very, very big portion of it. And Crackton Racing here on your screens, an LMP2 Pro car running 13th overall. I'm still surprised at how popular the Lara is here. I wasn't really expecting it, but here we go. It's the way it is. I think we had another event where we saw in LMP2 that the Lara being super popular, but I'm not exactly sure which one. This car is also orange, so just like the mid-lap crisis car. They've got 47 racing in front of them, and this will be for position. I thought that was a lap car, but it isn't. 47 Racing started second in Pro-Am. This is again... Oh, oh, big lockup there into the braking zone, and everybody, I think, is very, very happy that that lockup didn't lead to a much bigger issue of a crash into the bus stop or Le Mans chicane.
Yep, so a bit of a loss here for Crackton Racing. Still highly focused on the 47 Racing team to try and snatch that position away. But it's actually not for a position. This is a Pro car versus Pro-Am car.
Yeah, so for position, I'm just interested to see in terms of... oh, they have both made a long stop. So they're on the exact same long stop strategy, both of these cars. That's going to be important now that we've seen these pit stops start. It's going to be important to always have a look if we're looking at a real battle, or if sometimes you might have cars really proper battling it out on track, but then you see there's a 2 or 3 long stop difference, and you realize they're about 10 minutes actually adrift of each other, but battling like it's the final lap of the race for the lead. So we'll see those, and we'll try to keep an eye out on those as well. But for now, these two cars on the same strategy, but not the same class. So that's the big differential here.
Looking at the traffic, much calmer now at this stage of the race, so it didn't take too long. 1.5 hours completed, and The field is spread out slightly more than it was in the first hour. A couple of GT3 cars battling in front of Crockton Racing. Crockton behind the wheel of this LMP2 car.
This is a good view of how little you really see in these prototype racing cars. You've got those big A-pillars on the left and right hand side, and you really have to have a very there is a sticker on the wheel that says "Kill GT3."
Oh, right. Nice one.
I was looking at the screen and I was like, I've seen that wheel before. There definitely isn't a sticker that says that, and there's a sticker that says "Bomba" as well on the left-hand side. That's definitely not there in the real car. Wow, that's actually very funny.
Can you mod the wheels of the cars in AC? Did they have a chance?
I think it's part of the skin, because I saw another car had some writing on the wheel. But
it's definitely not there on the wheel of the 47
no,
racing team.
it says just "kill," but
Yep.
that one says "kill GT3." Yeah, that's very. I don't even remember what I was saying, but that's very smart.
Yeah, just killed the GT3s.
I have never seen anything like that. I was looking at the wheel. I was like, what am I looking at? This is not. This can't be right. But yeah, that's very funny. Any GT3 that approaches this car, that's near this car, beware. They've got a button that you won't really like. So.
And they did actually quite nice in the traffic. Waited out, didn't do silly moves, so it's there just for entertainment reasons.
I guess they forgot to click the button. Maybe that's for emergencies only. Maybe there is they don't have you know, full use of that button. Maybe it's a finite use button. This is the Grukevije car. I remember this car was there for the Palanga race, also in this, how do we say, interesting design.
Lots of faces, lots of
yes,
smiley faces, happy children all over the vehicle.
Lots of people smiling on that car. So it's a unique sight to see, but definitely recognizable. Whenever you see this car anywhere out on track, you know exactly which car that is. So it's good to have that sometimes. Some liveries, you know, they look so similar, and then you don't even know what you're looking at. But here, you know exactly which car you're looking at. IRT are another team like that, by the way, as well. You have those big IRT letters on the side of the car. You always know you're looking at an IRT car. But they often also switch the colors on each of their team cars. That's also a good thing I like that they do, that you can separate the cars as well between each other, especially if they're running close on track. Right now, they don't have that issue because IRT number 2 running in second, IRT number 4 running in 8th. But again, long race. I'll be very interested to see when the GT3 guys have driver changes at the top, how big the difference in pace will be between the drivers. That's going to be a big deciding factor in the race, because sometimes you might have that one super duper quick driver, but if everyone else on your team is running a second slower, for example, you've got a big issue.
penalty trying to gain on NLG racing car. This is not for position, it's only for an overall 7th place in the GT3 class. Still the pro car. What position is the IRT at actually in their own class? That's car number 4, plenty of IRT cars. They are 3rd, no 4th, they are 4th.
4th class. It's a pretty small, let's say, pro class here, so they do run 4th in class, but that's obviously a, let's see the gap, 40 seconds from the lead in their class. Back of NLG Racing, there's now going to be an LMP2 in between them.
Not for long.
No, not for long, but for the P2, this is the most frustrating thing you have out on track when you've got a GT3 car that you catch up in the Le Mans chicane. Everywhere else out on track, fine, no problem. But that's the one place on the circuit you don't want that to happen. And obviously, in 24 hours, you're going to have it happen so many times that it's also important just to stay calm, just to remember, okay, it's fine. I have it now, maybe my rival will have it on the next lap. So, things to keep in mind when racing at Daytona. Tax evaders, for the first time, I think, in a while, actually lost time on lap 55, but then gained back a third of it, a bit more than a third of it, and in the next lap. I think clearly that battle is coming up, but also Grukovic versus Team EXA could be coming up as well, so this could be a freeway battle.
Yep. Drive-through from race direction. Simline Rivals Racing Team. This is the Audi GT3 car, the M class. They were battling for the lead. They were leading the. They were not leading the M class. They were second in the M class. The M class leader is the overall leader, but they were strong up ahead. They did that long stop, which not all the teams did at the same time, and well,
this is tight. This is becoming tight with the traffic once again. Because now it's a GT3 lapping another GT3, and then the LMP2 comes up and says, hey, I'm trying to get forward as well. But goes around the outside, gonna block the other one in. Very good traffic management there, and gonna let it go into the Western Horseshoe. This was a good move by the GT3. It was quite assertive in how it chose the line, and that's something you can't do in a GT3 car. This is how you gain time in traffic in a GT3 car. With the body language of the car, you can often show where you want the others to pass you or where you don't want the others to pass you. Golden Motorsport behind one of the IRT cars. It is for position.
It is for position. Someone was off the track, I believe. Well, this is something I've heard in my headphones, like a slow car struggling to get back on the racetrack. Maybe it was just a false alarm.
But IRT, they've got I don't think we've ever seen a single team bring that many cars to the race.
I think we have 5 IRT cars here on this grid out of the 45 car field. By the way, Dam's Endurance team is out of the race, and they actually quit quite early. They are now 52 laps down, so they did do 9 laps in total. Had some problems and didn't take it further. Simline Rivals Racing Team completing their drive-through.
That was the team, by the way, that had the issue super early on. They had the issue in the formation lap. That was the car that
Went back
that
into the
was,
pit lane.
yeah, it went back into the pit lane. And not only, well, it was super far back on the formation lap, it went into the pit lane. And yeah, clearly some big issues for that team. So unfortunate to lose them so early, but that's how it goes sometimes in these races. GT3 still closing up. They're doing a good job catching up to a pro car as well. They're a Pro-Am car. So these Pro GT3 cars, not really holding up that well, to be honest, because, well, Am car leads, but they're getting caught by Pro-Am cars as well.
And they just made a mistake as we have the second wave of pit stops coming in. Quite early, but the two leaders of the GT3 class are in the pit lane. One is taking that long stop, definitely. The Velociraptor team, the leaders of this race, they are taking a long stop. We don't see them at the results screen anymore. That's because they are changing drivers. Team EXA. Oh, that was close. They have been passed by GT3, then kind of tried to get back into position. Velociraptor back on the timing sheet. That's gonna be the first long stop for our leaders.
And this will be crucial. So we'll see what the other driver can do in that car. I think pretty much everybody in GT3, we're gonna see them have a driver change now. That would make sense to me, as normally it's 2 hours in the car, and that's when you want to get out, except in the night. I think in the night you can expect to see some International Racing Team fastest lap of the race, so Chrissy Nani, welcome into this one. He's decided it's time to get going, and is interesting. So I guess maybe he couldn't do qualify, because this is not a time of the race where we would expect fastest laps to come in. Could be lucky with traffic, maybe, but interesting to see.
Well, it was the lap time of Nerola was also enough to take that pole position, so I guess it doesn't matter who made that qualifying session count. Looks like Nani is definitely fast.
I think you've confused the teams, because Nani's, well, that's International Racing Team. Nerola, Sean Clark Racing, he's still leading the race. So.
Yep.
Because it was.
You are correct. I am. Yep. That's good catch. My old head sometimes gets tired and confuses things around. Shuffles the drivers between the teams.
The surprising thing for me is honestly that the fastest lap comes in now. I think that's the more that's the more impressive thing here, because normally you wouldn't see fastest laps coming in at the end of the race. You normally see them coming in early morning, so in this case it would be start of the race, or then once night falls, but clearly enough pace to do the fastest lap of the race. Dream to drive, pit lane. We'll see when we have Sean Clark Racing come in as well. Is this a long stop for Dream to drive?
I would say so. It should be a long stop. Oh, there we go. Sean Clark Racing responds.
Now they respond. They probably didn't like that. Interesting. Maybe going in for a little battle back and forth. That's pretty funny.
Nice to see that. That just shows that the leaders are just dictating pace. They are thinking about the race. They are saving the tires. They're just doing what a team needs to do during an endurance event. And Well, they just showed the teams that if they need to go faster, they can. And Justin Hirola just made that point very clear to his rivals. They had the 20 seconds gap against the Dream to Drive car. Well, International Racing Team is actually second, and even though they are currently ninth, I think Jean-Claude Racing got the point that maybe they need to pick up the pace, because they had 5 seconds gap or so against an International Racing Team before the long mandatory pit stop was taken. So maybe it's not only the fastest lap time battle, that's actually battle for the lead of this race. Because as soon as Jean-Claude Racing will enter the pit lane, that most likely will be a long stop, and then we'll see the real gap between P1 and P2 in the LMP2 Pro class.
LMP2.
So, one car is off the racetrack, and this is Jean-Claude Racing already +1 against the Dream to Drive team, or even +2 laps. How long is? I think Dream to Drive was
a while. Yep.
Yeah,
and this is that was Dream to Drive. I'd just be that little bit concerned now, because if it keeps going like this, clearly there is a big opportunity for them to lose a pit stop, and if you lose a pit stop, you have big trouble here, because clearly that's not the time you can easily make up, especially as they've been running so similarly in terms of their pace. Long pit complete for International Racing Team.
which one?
Which one? Exactly. Well, the letters are too small on my screen. I can only read International Racing Team. I have no clue which one.
Yeah, we have a few of those. If you just joined us now, we have 4 GT3 cars and 1 LMP2 cars representing the International Racing Team. Jean-Claude Racing going into the pit lane? No. Oh wow, this is a huge outswing of strategy between Jean-Claude Racing and Dream to Drive car. And that doesn't look very promising for the Dream to Drive car. And wow, look how much they have lost in comparison to the International Racing Team car. The IRT car may also be heading into the pit lane, what should be their short stop now at this point of the race. But they are still quite far ahead by the looks of it from the Dream to Drive team, which have just re-entered the track. Oh, who was that in the wall before the bus stop chicane? One of the GT3s. Oh yeah, that was an LG Racing Team, one of the leading GT3 cars.
Huge damage on that one. It's not gonna buff out, and they're probably gonna have to take a long stop here. I don't really see any other real option.
The wheel seems fine.
Oh, that. I thought that the windshield was completely destroyed.
Maybe it fixed itself.
Maybe
oh,
they're gonna try and make
brakes.
an overtake as well. Okay, that was
everything seems fine, definitely, with an LG team, Nissan GTR. That Simline Rivals Racing Team, they were in the battle for the leading places at one stage of the race. They got a drive-through penalty. They made a long stop. They're running 35th overall. They got overtaken.
I think with that Nissan, maybe it was just the light. Look, yeah, look again. It looks destroyed. I think it's just how the light bounces off that windshield. Wow, somebody really taking a wide line exit there.
Oh yeah, it definitely seems damaged at one from some angles, and seems fine from the others.
Matte. It looks like you can't see anything from it, but then you go on board and it's perfectly clear. Looks brilliant.
Team Blue Flag received a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. They were entering the pits and they didn't slow down on time. Not having the pit stop data sometimes is so tough. But Sean Clark Racing are still in the lead, so they are still on the racetrack. Yep, there we go. International Racing Team, they were heading into the pit lane, but this is a huge outsync in strategy, comparing the Dream to Drive team and their main rivals. And it's only the beginning of the race. We had 3 pit stops so far, and plenty of laps difference.
Well, I think for them, what's most worrying is that they don't have that crazy pace where you might say, okay, I'm gonna make more pit stops, but I'm just gonna have the best pace and I'm gonna gain all that time back. That's not been the case so far. They've been quick in the first stint, but it's not been that. It's been still a good run, but not that crazy impressive that you would say, okay, you can make those extra stops. So
International. Well, IRT actually lost to Dream to Drive, so that was not the best stint by the IRT team, because now they are on par with the long stops. So this is well, what you see is what you get now at this stage of the race, and Dream to Drive were behind IRT before taking that pit stop. They are now 10 seconds ahead. So that means it was a better stint for the Dream to Drive car. Yeah, but still, having such a huge difference in the moment that you stop your car to refuel and change the tires might play a big role by the end of this race. If everything goes up to plan, actually, because it's still a long way to go and everyone is hoping to avoid bigger issues and mistakes, and so far so good actually. I enjoy what I see. We definitely had moments, but true racing spirit still lives on this, well, in this event.
That we haven't seen.
Now they come in only now, so how many laps have they completed? This is a huge difference already. This is gonna be a long stop, definitely. Well, the position on track.
And the thing is, they've been running very quick. You could say, okay, if they were running slow, then you understand why. How quick they're running. I would be concerned here.
Okay, well, it's now the moment when we have those driver changes, and maybe that's why IRT lost out to the Dream to Drive car. Knivo was stayed in the car.
Well, remember,
I don't know.
The fastest lap of the race.
So I don't understand where did they lose the most amount of time. Maybe some mistakes, maybe traffic. Well, we didn't follow up with the car as it was in lower places. But anyways, different drivers now will be taking over the wheels of the cars, and the rhythm of the race might change. So even Sean Clark Racing might lose a bit of time. They might also win more time. Wonder who will take over the wheel. That should be Mendes. Mendes, who will take over the wheel of Sean Clark Racing team. Let's try to dig out how fast he could go in the pre-qualifying session. So he did a 1 minute 35.4. Wow, so Sean Clark Racing, basically all the drivers are very fast, and the fastest driver in that team during the pre-qualifying round was actually Lesko, who did a 1 minute 35.1. In comparison to Nero last time, it was 1 minute 35.3. Mendes did a 1 minute 35.4. So you could say they are on identical pace. Then we have Simon Speth, who is just a tiny bit slower with a lap time of 1 minute 35.8, but actually, well, of course it was the pre-qualifying round, and that doesn't mean that all the drivers showed their real abilities. You had to complete 20 laps in total to get the license to start this race. So some of the drivers might actually well, they maybe didn't put full pace in the pre-qualifying round because, well, it did matter, but it didn't matter too much if you had a nice pace like the whole Sean Clark Racing team did. They ended up P1 in the division.
It's, you know, not always only about pure pace. It's also about how quick can you be in traffic, how quick can you overtake. So sometimes even drivers that might be equally paced in terms of lap time might not be equally paced in terms of race time. So have to keep that in mind, and we'll see if the gaps start changing. Dream to Drive's lineup includes drivers in there. Now Mendeles behind the wheel.
5 drivers in total for the Dream to Drive car: Kniva, Tunila, Mendeles, Radeikis and Butvila. 4 drivers
So
for Sean Clark Racing and 3 drivers for International Racing Team.
So all of them quick drivers, definitely, that we've seen do well in LMP2. It's going to be a very, very nice battle all the way towards the end. So we hope.
That's what we hope for always, but having this huge field keeps me optimistic looking towards the last 2 hours of this race or so, which will happen tomorrow. Hopefully we will still be able to witness these nice battles. Speak about the difference in the strategies. One that is concerning is the strategy from this car. They kind of ended out stopping very early with every stop, and especially with the third pit stop. As Mid-Lap Crisis is the next car to enter the pit lane. That should be their first mandatory long pit stop. Leo O'Brien behind the wheel at this moment as he puts his car into stationary mode.
We should expect a long stop from them.
Two drivers registered for Mid-Lap Crisis team, Leo O'Brien and Jamie Cook. What we are unable to tell is how many drivers the team might have actually, because there is a possibility to share one simulator between 2, 3 or 4 drivers, which sometimes happen in these events. That's why we do have those long pit stops to equal out the chances for most of the teams, for all of the teams, to give the chance to race using just one simulator. Then you have the real driver spot, driver change taking place on the spot, where one driver gets out of the simulator physically and other gets in. So we might have teams like this, even though they have 1 or 2 drivers, because I think it would be really difficult to complete a 24 hours event with only 2 drivers aboard. It's doable, definitely, but it's easier than doing a 12 hours race on yourself, because you share the seat. But it's well, it's still a very, very difficult task to do. So Mid-Lap Crisis, 2 drivers registered. Not sure how many drivers there are actually in the team. That's Dream to Drive lapping under LMP2. And they are 26 seconds behind Sean Clark Racing now, so they lost time. With that pit stop, it was about 22 seconds or so before the pit stops.
No, could be traffic, could be just being slower. It's sometimes, yeah, very difficult to tell. I'm happy that at least they're on a pretty similar strategy, all of them. Obviously, earlier stop from IRT, but they're in the same ballpark. We haven't had them completely drop out, so it's mid-lap crisis completes the stop. So it's nice to still see cars able to battle. Now, other drivers in. We'll see what happens there. Actually, remember we had a change in GT3 M for the Velociraptor team. And, well, I think bad news for them. Because Rega, who was in the car before, fastest lap 43.3, that's your old overall leader, and they've actually lost the position to Team EXA now. The new guy in the car, Marchetti, 145.4, that's his fastest lap of the race. So, yep, definitely, that's I guess, was the concern. Yep, that was the concern, that maybe the other drivers are not going to be as quick. The problem for Rega now is, I guess, he'll be driving most of the race.
Yep, so
if
every second stint, I believe.
Yep. Vigier completing a long stop right now, I think. So they've jumped out of the lead in GT3 Pro-Am. NDK Tax Evaders take that over for the time being.
Oh, drive-through for cutting, IRT number 2. This is a GT3 car. They were also running in between the leaders.
They actually would be provisionally in the lead of the GT3 Pro class, because Darren's Sim Racer haven't done a long stop. So these guys, they were leading GT3 Pro. Will they lead once they get out of the pits as well?
No, they already lost to Velociraptor.
Yep, oh, yep. Well, Velociraptor, I don't think that's going to be too much of a concern considering their last few laps, but the big one for them is Team EXA. That is the one that now takes over GT3 Pro provisional lead, let's call it, because it's still Darren's Sim Racer who leads it overall, but I don't think that will be like that for a long time. Haven't done a long stop this car. He's a popular option. But clearly, you can see that you can run different now. That's going to be long stop, I would assume. This is the ex-GT3 Pro-Am leader, weaving out of the pits. And this is SRC, who have not completed a long stop yet. They now take over overall lead in GT3 as well, and this is going to be the story of the race, because everything is going to keep switching and switching and switching. NDK Tax Evaders now in the pits for their turn at the long stop. So, Vigier by OBS. Oh, GT3 stopped. So Vigier by OBS Monatre, they are in P5 overall. Team Mami Corsa have not done a long stop, so ignore.
But well, the Vigier are in front of Team EXA, Velociraptor, and International Racing Team number 2. So, and they were 4th before the pit stops, the long pit stops, so that means Vigier are quite in a good position here in this race.
So they would be Hypernova. So Hypernova in P3 now becomes the
Overall
provisional
leader.
leader. Yep, would be the overall leader because they have completed a long stop.
And you know what? Again, it's an M car. It's a GT3
Yep.
M car.
The question is, when did they complete the long stop? Because it's still the same driver. Wait, I'm lost. Yeah, it is still the same driver that had started the car. So I don't know when they completed the long stop. But anyway, they would be in the lead with the gaps that we're looking at now, and in the lead by a minute.
Maybe they have to make that short stop. Maybe they did that long stop earlier and now are approaching their long stop, which might also be the case.
The short stop.
I mean, short stop, yep, definitely. So maybe they did that long stop before.
Wow, you predicted that well.
So that means GT3 will take over the lead in the GT3 class.
Would that be enough time to get
I think so. I think so. So Hypernova Racing have only one driver registered, that's Plona. So that might be the case where the team shares one actual simulator rather than swapping out virtually. So Mami Course and Hypernova in the pit lane at the same time, and this is Vershitskas now behind the wheel of the GT3 car.
So where is Hypernova? Still stationary, and I guess that might just be that position switch. Down should be enough. See that other car moving. I think it's started to move right now. And GT3, nope, they've taken over the lead, and they'll be in it by, well, a few seconds at least, by 4 to NDK.
Okay, so
NDK
lap times.
activators go into second.
The pace is still, the lap times are still uncomparable at this moment due to those pit stops. Our third SRC popped out in P1. They are taking that long stop.
Yeah. But a very, very good job by GT3, who I think it's a surprise to them as well to be in the lead now. They were obviously close to EXA, but you had that car very far off in the lead with Team Velociraptor, but obviously they had their issue, and, well, issue of no pace. But, yep, now it's GT3 in the Porsche up at the front of the field. Audi, the preferred car by everybody, but shows that sometimes I think it's more important which car you feel comfortable in, and not which car is actually the super duper quickest and has the best BOP.
So SRC losing quite a lot of places now.
Oh, and in second place we have a Nissan as well. So 2 cars that are not the meta car, let's say, are the ones that are at the front of the field.
Oh, IRT number 3, stop and go penalty for pit lane time, 175 seconds penalty. So it's even longer than one mandatory long stop, and that means that they didn't take that long stop correctly, and now
and that's a big blow. That's an extra long stop. That's not actually a long stop. That's a big, big blow.
Yep.
Something you don't want. That's the one thing you want to avoid, is penalties for the long stop, because a drive-through, not great. A stop and go 10, a bit worse. A stop and go what was it, 75, 85?
175 seconds.
That's horrible.
That's more than 3 minutes. That's even longer than one long stop. So that's basically
almost lap.
a huge demotivation
Well, actually,
for the team.
Laps. It is 2 laps because this is 175 stationary. You still have to go through the pits, so it's 2 laps. That's the penalty.
It is a big penalty. Yep. Okay, looking at the table, at the classification, NGK actually gaining on GT3. I'm looking at Velociraptor against IRT number 2. The gap is also getting smaller between those two teams. So a couple of battles are shaping up definitely, and wow, NGK 1 full second faster than the Porsche driven by Verschitskas. And losing even more here at this section where Verschitskas stuck in traffic. Well, not stuck in traffic, involved in traffic. Maybe in some unfortunate situations. An IRT car in front of GT3, but the battle is gonna take place quite soon.
Yeah, we'll see if they actually even fight it. That's another thing. You might not even try and fight it too much. You know that it's definitely a faster car coming through. It's always... Oh, that... Oh, he was, well, inside of him there.
Oh, what's happening here? Lots of cars going off the racetrack.
Yep.
Right in front of the GT3 car leader. Managed to survive that.
I'm sure heart rate is all the way up there. That's one of the things you don't want to see ever, is this kind of chaos happening right in front of you in a section of the track where there's not much you can do. That's the big issue. Once you commit to the Le Mans chicane, you don't have that many options to go elsewhere. So, yeah, big scare there, I think, for GT3, but survive, and that's the goal of this race.
Yep, and we can see that Dream to Drive car is also around this battle, and in the background, International Racing Team, the main one in the LMP2 class, they are still behind Verschitskas, but they are trying to gain on that Dream to Drive car in the battle in the LMP2 Pro class, as Verschitskas survived that moment and actually gained a bit of time due to that traffic happening behind him. So good news for him. Some more battles in the GT3 class behind this one. Velociraptor, they were kind of catching up with the IRT number 2. Now they started to drop back again, and they are being chased down by the Latvian Lightning locomotives. The gap is already less than 1 second. Look at the pace difference. You said that the second driver that took over the Velociraptor team, Marchetti, is a bit slower, and well, he's now on a risk to be chased down by this Latvian team. So is a battle happening in front also. NDK doing a brilliant job. Oh, Verschitskas was off the racetrack. Verschitskas ran deep into turn 1, and that brought both of the cars very close together. An overtake attempt, and still having to deal with this traffic. I think traffic might have been involved with that off-track situation for GT3 team. This is a good chance for NDK tax evaders to take over the overall lead and the Pro-Am lead in the GT3 class. They are playing patient here.
It's also important for both of them to not go too crazy here. It's still early doors. Don't need to be a hero. Probably, well, obviously it's cars in the lead, so normally it's drivers that have more experience and know what's going on, and clearly the Nissan's got very, very good straight line speed, and I don't think this is going to be too much, well, maybe, oh, wow. Huh?
Yeah, nice reaction, but it definitely seems strange. Well, NDK kind of backed out of it because that Audi behind caught up also quite fast and slightly unexpected.
Maybe they didn't back out. Because it looked like the Porsche just put on some kind of NOS, a boost, and went right back and went right past. But here comes NDK, and I think this time it is job done. And QVG stay behind, and I think that's the smart play here. You can clearly see behind you somebody coming up quick. You don't need to do anything crazy. So very, very smart job from them here.
Velociraptors already lost out to Latvian Lightning locomotives. The car seemed so strong with the other driver behind the wheel. It was Rega, I believe, who was driving the car when it was in the lead. It's now down to P7, but, well, it is bad news at this moment, but, well, still a lot of chances for the team in this race. They are second in the M class, so still a podium position. As we head over to the LMP battle, as I was mentioning, so IRT are gaining on the Dream to Drive car, and it looks like the gap is already close to none. Nani versus Mendelis. Nani was the driver who set the fastest lap time for a couple and held it for a couple of laps. Traffic involved. This is gonna be tight, very similar to what we have in the GT3 lead battle. This is a battle for P3 at this moment. Shizuku, they are still saving that long mandatory pit stop. Melnichenko behind Shizuku Racing Team car. Oh, we've lost the battle. There we go again.
Yeah.
It's close, but it's Fear.
Yep, and I think Dream to Drive are going to have to concede that one. And that's probably the smart thing to do here. And, now it's International Racing Team. Going back up a place. Oh, that's tight.
Oh, that's tight.
Oh, contact. Oh.
How did they survive that? How did Dream to Drive survive that? Whew. Wow.
That
wow.
was very, very lucky. I'm sure they've got at least a little bit of damage there, but wow. Oh, IRT off the road.
What's happening here?
They cut the chicane. Wow, okay. Well, remember, every event we have, it's always that the incidents come in batches, and here we go. But here comes Dream to Drive. I think they're going to stay behind. And yep, they do. They're going to try and save fuel. I think that's the smart option here.
Yep, it's a long way to go. You just need to have that car in one piece, and definitely they need to save that fuel for later stages when they need it. I wonder if that contact made some damage. There is an LMP2 car crawling slowly through the racetrack. Juegos Lanceros Racing Team, not sure what that was about. That seemed dangerous. Oh, late braking for Matas Mendelis, locking up the wheels, the tires of that car.
And remember here, you do flat spot the tires, so that is...
So maybe he had flat spots earlier from earlier moments, and as soon as you have those flat spots, it's always easier to lock them up again and again. So you definitely want to avoid those flat spots of the tires. But when you see your rival right in front of you, blood boils a little bit, I guess. And you just try to keep up that pressure for the car in front. Again, cutting quite a lot of the corners for IRT car. So back to the topic, I wonder if the car, this LMP2 has some sort of damage, because they definitely had contact with that sliding GT3 car. It was a minor contact, didn't send the LMP2 spinning, but well, that might cost a little bit of time in the pit lane to be repaired. And that's the first stint of Matas Mendeles, so he will stay in the car definitely after his next stop.
I wouldn't be surprised if there is damage. I would be surprised if there isn't. So, yeah, he just has to carry it until the next pit stop. Maybe it's the kind of damage you don't need a long stop for. Maybe it's the kind of damage you can just do a short stop with and just repair it in that. Could be the option here, could be the play. And we'll see what that decision is in the next pit stop. Obviously got super unlucky with how that incident happened, because they had nothing to do with it. They were running as high of a line as they could, and contact on the inside between a lapped P2 and a lapped GT3 made that issue happen.
Manny has definitely more pace in that car. Of course, Dream to Drive might be on that fuel save strategy here. A clever thing to do. They need to gain now with those laps that they kind of wasted in the first run of this race. It's hard to tell the difference. It's impossible to tell the difference. The lap that the teams had those last stops, but I think it was about six or seven laps difference between when Sean Cloud Racing made that pit stop and Dream to Drive came to a halt.
Maybe it felt like even more. It was a lot, definitely, yeah, we'll see what happens. And obviously, if they do have damage, that's not going to help fuel consumption either. So that's, I think, the car in the biggest trouble here, just for the moment.
So this is Icotics, I believe, overtaking Steer already, and Steer have not yet completed one long mandatory pit stop. But the last time they crossed the line, Icotics were behind. So yep, that's definitely Icotics overtaking Steer, and huge differences in lap times, indicating that either the teams had troubles or made pit stops.
It's sometimes difficult for us here on Assetto Corsa when we don't have the replays. It's sometimes difficult actually to know why a team has had some issues. So sometimes we rely on teams actually telling us themselves what issues they're having. And sometimes we think a team's having issues, but actually that's their strategy.
Yeah. So Latvian Lightning locomotives, they seem quite strong during this stint. They keep on gaining on IRT number 2 car. This is a battle in the Pro class for P2. Spon is behind the wheel of that IRT BMW Lexus, and Statin is behind the wheel of this Audi. And Interestingly, Statin is from Sweden. So even though the team is Latvian Lightning Locomotives, not all of the drivers are from Latvia.
But at least close.
International Racing Team has taken that 175 seconds long penalty.
A long, very long penalty.
And they are normally they are last. That's no surprise.
I mean, essentially, they've done two long stops, but one of them wasn't a long stop. One of them was a penalty for a failed long stop.
Oh, did Team EXA have some sort of an issue in the traffic? Because these three cars just found themselves right next to each other. Lightning Locomotives already making a move on the IRT Lexus, trying to use that slipstream from their already ahead. Into the bus stop chicane we go, and that's actually IRT number 2 taking position from Team EXA, and now there is struggle in the bus stop chicane. Lost quite a lot of time for both of the cars. What happened to Team EXA? How did they end up being overtaken? Maybe, well, they were just slower on every lap. But I think this one should be a much slower lap for the Team EXA GT3 Pro car. And actually, this is the leading Pro car. This is a GT3 Pro car which is being overtaken by 2 Pro M cars. Basically in one lap. So, yep, 2.3 seconds lost. I think they did not make a huge mistake. We've seen them struggling in the bus stop chicane. But the highest Pro car now in the GT3 class. Oh, actually that's IRT number 2, so I thought it's an M car, but it's a Pro M car, but it's a Pro car. So this was actually a battle for the lead in the Pro class. Highest Pro class is 4th in the GT3 field. Latvian Lightning Locomotives, they are still... Oh, they just made a mistake somewhere? Yep, they were 1 second behind Team EXA, now they are 5 seconds behind while trying to not get lost in all the information sources that we have. Sometimes we can miss the action on the streets, but Team EXA trying to get back. Okay, there are a couple of Latvian Locomotives teams. What's happening here? And I just understood that I'm really lost here. That's AOR team, a very similar livery. And this is not a battle. What about AOR team? They did good at the beginning of this race. They are not looking too good now. They are 7th in Pro M class. They are 35th overall. So, yep, definitely Latvian Lightning Locomotives had a moment, lost time. IRT are pulling away now from Team EXA to Pro cars in the GT3 class. Hypernova Racing, still a very highly placed M car, and 2 Pro M cars leading the GT3 class field. So looks like we have a lot of newcomers to the WorldSimSeries platform. That's why they don't hold the highest licensing levels in the system, and that's why they have been put into lower classes. But looking at their race pace, they are actually they should be definitely Pro cars, but well, that's how the licensing system works. If you don't drive enough in the regular series, you might lose a bit with your current license status and then represent a amateur team, but do better than some of the pro teams do. This is another IRT car, another Lexus in the GT3 field versus an LG Racing Nissan. Pro M versus Pro. So IRT representing the Pro class, NLG are the Pro M class. Similar pace, slightly faster for the NLG car again. Pro M car being slightly faster than a Pro car, which doesn't seem to represent the licensing system perfectly.
But happens sometimes. But obviously, what we saw with Velociraptors is that sometimes you put the other driver in. That's where you see the true AM pace. We'll see if that happens with other teams as well. I wouldn't rule it out completely. But obviously, those teams that do have those very, very slow drivers, let's say, you do have to then think, okay, maybe I put my faster driver in a little bit more.
What's with the gap here? Is it real gap? On the WorldSimSeries platform, it shows 1 lap down for International Racing Team.
Actually, it would be Dream to Drive a lap down and International Racing Team still ahead. Pit stops. It's time.
Yep, maybe. So, yeah, maybe these cars made pit stops and Jean-Claude Racing didn't. Again, the lack of information sometimes strikes, but yep, most probably you are right, I'd say. Still confuses me a little bit. The gap jumps up and down like crazy. Not sure if maybe that's something with the timing system.
See, I guess once they cross the line now, if we still have this.
No, that's Jean-Claude Racing. Look, that's Jean-Claude Racing right behind Dream to Drive. So that has to be something that has to be pit stop related. But, well, Dream to Drive definitely they did their pit stops earlier than the Jean-Claude Racing team. But they are 5 seconds behind IRT, which seems okay as it was. And
I guess
yep, well, it
both
was
of them pitted because now
yep.
Jean-Claude Racing pits.
Okay, so this was the confusion. When you miss the data on your screen, concentrating on other battles on the racetrack, you're able to miss some important chunks of information. Still quite a nice lead for Jean-Claude Racing. They will stay ahead after they complete their pit stop, which should be a regular pit stop, not that long one. Mendes behind the wheel. And he should stay seated in his place.
Yep, I think next stop might be the, well, actually Nani is already run longer than Malakauskas, so I think for Nani the next one is going to be the one where he makes the driver swap. But clearly, I guess Nani, they're more comfortable with him because he's definitely running faster. Now that gap's finally gone down and it's back to normal.
Yep, there we go. Confusion for nothing. Well, at least something.
Back to normal with these ones, and we'll see if that gap can come down at all. but that's how big a single pit stop difference is. If you start to lose that pit stop by running a shorter stint, that's what happens. You might be in trouble by a full lap. That gap could be a full lap by now. So that's the scary thing here, I think, for International Racing Team and Dream to Drive. If that balance does shift more during the race, and they do end up having to make an extra stop, this would be a big issue for those guys. Still watching that. And now this is Reifesten, and they're battling Shizuko. That's the highest running Orica, and that's tight down the front straightaway. And I think they've gone in front, but let's see if something still happens down into turn one. It's going to be difficult to do it around the outside. They still try, and that's probably how I expected that to go.
Nice black car with no sponsors, no liveries, no numbers.
No number either, so not sure if this car is actually running in the race, but interesting. Muffler Shop Racing, something happened to them? Did that say drive-through?
I didn't catch up with that.
I thought I saw a penalty pop up, so it could have been drive-through. Penalty, can we not change that? Was a penalty. No, I don't see a penalty. Maybe something else. Oh, long stop for them. I see a driver change for that car. Latvian Lightning locomotives on your screen in classical Latvian livery as well. Look at how close the cars are. Maybe it's just an internet connection thing, but it looks like the cars are running so close to the grass and actually running on the grass in the braking zones. But that would normally destabilize you quite a bit, so probably just the way it looks. But, still an interesting sight to see when cars are hitting the grass on entry. Here's IRT number 2, the car that didn't have that huge penalty. And a freeway fight, and is this Pro-Am, Pro, and Pro? So the Mach 1 kart team behind is for position. The car ahead is not. Question is, who caught up to who, I guess?
We haven't seen much of the Mach 1 cars racing team. They did do a one long pit stop, so they are definitely in the battle here. A Pro car battling for P4 with the RT number 4 car. So some shuffles happening throughout the order, and that's an LG, I believe, entering the pit lane.
was a Velociraptor in the pits as well. Well, I guess it wouldn't be a driver change just yet. But they probably might be thinking of it.
This is becoming a nice battle. Well, actually, IRT number 2 overtook Team EXA, and that didn't seem to be a very difficult move. Now they are not extending the lead. Well, they are in front. They are still slightly faster. Maybe IRT number 2 made a mistake at one of the laps. They were losing a bit of time. Then they started gaining again. Oh, locomotives again. Another mistake. As soon as they come close to their rivals, looks like they are unable to avoid a mistake. Maybe that's because they lose a bit of the downforce of being too close and not taking that into consideration.
Could just be that they are... actually, they're running together with their junior team. Could just be that they get frustrated or they get, you know, very excited being behind somebody, and that's when they make the mistake. Running together with their junior team in the same bit of the track. Was Lanceros Racing. Drive-through completed for them. It's always frustrating thing to have, that drive-through penalty. Just a big time loss here at Daytona as well, because you really have to slow down from a very, very high speed. Drive through from race control for International Racing Team number 3, I think.
Yeah, again, that's the car that stood stationary for 175 seconds. Oh, that's definitely bad. Well, I'm pretty sure the team gets demotivated when you receive a penalty so big as they received, and then it's
could be they're
highly
taking more risk as well, I guess. When they have an issue like that, when they have a huge penalty, it could be that they just say, okay, now we take a much bigger risk somewhere. And that's sometimes, then you get more penalties, and then you take more risks, and you get more penalties, and it's a very long and difficult cycle. But this battle continuing on as Mach 1. Look at how much they closed up on the braking zone down into turn 1. Obviously, that car had a P2 passing them, but here he goes to the inside. Oh, that's close to contact. And clearly, the car, the other car there in front, the International Racing Team number 4, does not want to give up. That position had to lift because the P2 was coming through, and this is what I mentioned much earlier on in the race. But I said, what GT3 did well, they positioned their car so that the P2 had a more difficult time passing them, and said, look, you're not passing me here, not now. That's how you can have a much better situation through traffic. Now might be a chance. Could be a chance in, well, not into the Le Mans chicane clearly, but maybe somewhere else. Might be able to find a bit of space.
By the way, while we're looking at this battle, oh no, actually I'm wrong, or am I? I think Dream to Drive. Yep, they are actually up into P2 again. Something happened with the IRT team. They lost 9 seconds on lap 98. So there you go. I think it's real contact between match 1 and IRT number 4. It's really important to have a clean race rather than the fastest race, because clean most likely will mean the fastest way around a track. And this is match 1 taking position from IRT number 4. Lewandowski versus Karolis Pakrosnis. Pakrosnis in the match 1 car team. Mach 1 car team? How you say that? Mach 1 car team. Mach 1 car team. Okay. Team EXA is still quite close to the IRT number 2 car. I kind of thought that they will be able to, that the IRT number 2 will be able to pull away from Team EXA when they made that move, but looks like pace comes and goes. And Latvian Lightning locomotives, they will again try that move on Team EXA, again getting closer to their rivals, having an LMP2 car in this mix, which is having difficulties a bit around the racetrack. And as soon as it comes closer, look how it makes the same mistakes again and again. Braking too late, going too deep into the corners, compromising the exit speed, and well, eliminating the chances of a successful overtake here. When they're gaining, they seem...
I think they just get frustrated. Well, they get behind them and they try to do too much. That's the big difference here. Built behind. If they don't make a mistake, they might have an opportunity to make that pass. They've clearly been good in terms of pace to make sure they're good enough in terms of making a pass. Getting closer down the straightaway using that slipstream. It's Audi versus Audi. Down into turn 1, gonna try the outside line. That's gonna be brave. There was a car off in the distance there, and that's the car that was rejoining right in front, and maybe they had to lift out of it, and that's why they couldn't make that move. But now they go to the outside. That's a bit surprising that they didn't go to the inside, because inside there was a move on traffic and a little bit of contact with the IRT number 4 car. Still, the battle continues on, and right on the back is Latvian Lightning locomotives. They might be able to make a move here into the Western Horseshoe, and still side by side, but I think they're going to get it done, and they do. Job done for now, because a big straight's coming up, and that's a very, very good opportunity for the guy you just passed on the infield to get that position right back. But actually, it didn't look like Team EXA really defended that much. So we'll see if there is a move being made again. LMP2 coming up. It's going to get boxed into the outside, and perfectly done actually by Latvian Lightning locomotives. They put a P2 in between them, and should be pretty much done because they've had the pace. And now should have the pace to try and run away. They've got a gap, so clearly the slipstream effect not gonna work here. But IRT number 4 trying to come back at Team EXA, goes round the outside, and can they make it? Just about put their rear to the nose of the EXA car and get the move done again. So they come back in. They obviously had contact with them previously. And Team EXA, they lose a big one here.
And this is a blue flag.
But now we're going to try. Yep, this is a car that's a lap down. Has every right to get that position back, but the question is, are they really quicker here?
And much one-car racing team into the pit lane.
GT3 stops should be coming in. At least the planned ones.
Oh, that's gonna be tight with the LMP2 car in the way. So EXA just bailed that out. To avoid further mistakes, let's head on over to the LMP2, where Dream to Drive took over the position from International Racing Team, and it's getting tighter again. IRT gaining back a little bit on the Dream to Drive car. Is that? Nope, it's not Middle of Crisis. A very similar car, that's Kraken Racing, which is 14th overall, right in front of the Dream to Drive car. And Mendelis is definitely not really excited about that move done. Lost a bit of time while being stuck behind that orange car. The next one in line to be stuck behind that orange car is the car driven by Chrissy Nani.
And remember that Dream to Drive car has very, very good straight line speed. Let's see if this one does have good enough straight line speed to make an easy move as well. Big question, how you set up your car. Do you make a race car or a hot lap car? Either could work. But while these two are still tied together, Trump Car Racing still top of the field by a very, very positive margin.
Yep.
International Racing Team comes back. Can they make that move here? Will that orange LMP2 lift out of it?
They did lift out slightly, just to have enough room for that overtaken car. There's another left car now ahead of Chrissy Nani. That's Customs GT AC car in P13.
Flash of lights saying get out of the way, but this is actually going to help them a little bit, because they're going to have that help of slipstream in front of them. Could be able to... Oh, and they were slow on the exit, and Crackton almost ran right into the back of the podium sitter. Very, very close. But importantly, survives. And now Crackton is going to try and make a move around the outside. I don't know if they've got enough overspeed. They don't. They stay behind. And most importantly, don't run into the back of them. It's the scary part sometimes. If the guy behind you starts running into the back of you.
And loads of traffic ahead now. GT3 field, including Grikveje, I believe, in that gaggle of cars, which is second in the GT3 class. Yep, they are still second in the GT3 class.
Second in GT3 and second in GT3 Pro Am as well. 3 hours already done in this one. 21 to go. And the race is starting to take shape. But let's run through what we've got in terms of results right now. Sean Clark Racing leads in LMP2 Pro and LMP2 overall. A lot of traffic here. Just having a little look at what's happening out on track. Oh, a spin for one of the Audis. So back to the results. Dream to Drive in second, third for International Racing Team, which is on your screens right now. Fourth for Ecotics, but they're almost, well, over a minute down on P3 right now, and I think going to be close to getting lapped by the leader as well. In LMP2 Pro-Am, it's G29. Oh! The P2 just went right off the road. LMP2 Pro-Am, it's G29 team who lead, and they actually started last, I think, in LMP2. They did. So G29 team, they lead in LMP2 Pro-Am after starting last. Then comes Team Blue Flag. And third is Nordoacre Racing Endurance Team. GT3 Pro, that's IRT number 2 in the lead, ahead of Latvian Lightning Locomotives. Only a second and a bit separates them. Then comes Team EXA, Mach 1 Kart Racing Team in P4. GT3 Pro-Am, it's NDK Tax Evaders and leader overall in GT3 as well. Behind them, Grikovic by OBS Simonatore and Golden Motorsports in P3. Hypernova Racing ahead of SRC, ahead of Velociraptor. Remember, that car led 2 hours in. Now down to, actually out of the top 10, I think, in GT3. No, they're 9th, I think. So that is your top 3s in each of the categories. 21 hours still to go here on Daytona, WorldSimSeries 24 hours of Daytona. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with more racing action in about an hour's time.
Mm-hmm.
WorldSimSeries presents Ultimate Endurance Challenge.
Welcome back to the 24 hours of Daytona on WorldSimSeries platform. 4 hours and 4 minutes have passed since we had the start of the race. We had a rolling start, which took about 2 minutes of the race time. And classification stands as you see on the screens right now.
Is Dream to Drive at the top of the field. However, haven't taken one of the long pit stops. So clearly, still a little bit out of sync with everybody. Normally it was Sean Clark Racing at the top, but they've lost that position because who have been top well as on one of them. Pro-Am is still led by the car that started last in LMP2, and that is the G29 team. GT3 overall is led by GT3, and that is also GT3 Pro-Am. GT3 Pro is led by Latvian Lightning Locomotives, and GT3M is led by Hypernova Racing, but the top three in GT3 has not made their second long pit stop. Most of the other field has, so those ones are still to change, just as it is in LMP2, and we'll keep seeing these gaps change, ebb and flow, all the way to the checkered flag tomorrow, as teams either pick themselves or sometimes have to change the strategy because of other issues. So race still goes on. 19 hours and 54 minutes still to go. 4 hours completed, and it's been a pretty interesting one so far.
Yep, different strategies for the teams due to the long pit stop requirements has shuffled out the grid slightly, but the biggest change in the LMP2 Pro class is this car, which is the International Racing Team Dallara LMP2 car is now in front of Sean Clark Racing, which was leading the race up until the final pit stops. And, well, basically, virtually, this car is now in the lead. It's coming into the pits, though. The other interesting fact is that Mendelis stayed in the car for the 4th stint in total, and that's Sean Clark Racing also heading into the pit lane. So looks like the fuel saving strategy for Dream to Drive is giving them a small nudge. I think it's working. I cannot see the total times the teams have visited the pit stops. We can try to get that, but usually it doesn't work. Maybe it does for the leaders at least, so that would mean I'm not sure if we can trust this actually, but it shows that Jean-Claude Racing has made 7 pit stops. Maybe they had a drive-through or something. That's why they lost the lead. That's why they have a higher count of pit stops here. Well, this basically is a guesswork, so I cannot guarantee that my assumptions are correct.
Probably going to be guesswork all the way to the finish, unless they get to a similar strategy as another LMP2 just gets in front on pit exit, and it's going to be guesswork all the way to the checkered flag, most likely. See what keeps happening in this race. Positions change. Young driver drive-through completed, so they will be able to keep on pushing without that drive-through in their minds.
What's happening with Sean Clark? They lost again with that pit stop. They were 16 seconds behind before heading into the pit lane. They are now 21 and a bit seconds behind International Racing Team. Silverio is...
I think there's also a big difference in driver here, as right now behind the wheel of the Jean-Claude Racing car it's Lesko, but actually Silverio's fastest lap is not that great either, so maybe it's more of the on-track conditions that are giving us these worse lap times.
Yep, I think it's conditions. The race got slightly slower overall. It's harder out there. It's 12 o'clock, so noon, when the sun is quite high in the skies. And I think it's just the conditions that don't allow the drivers to be as fast as they were in the cooler conditions. So I wouldn't say Lesko is slow by any means. His fastest lap time is still faster than the fastest lap time of Silverio. So whatever.
How that pace look throughout the whole stint, but definitely a car that has lost time, maybe some contact or something somewhere. Could have been also a penalty at some point on the circuit. A lot of things can happen in an hour. Dream to Drive obviously without the second long stop, so they're in a bit of a different situation. Sometimes that might help. They're not in an actual battle here, so they can just run their own race without thinking of what's happening with the other cars. For the other two at the front, it's pretty clearly a pretty close battle, so they're actually seeing what each of them is doing. They know what they're doing, and they know how big the gaps are exactly. So sometimes might make it more difficult, especially if you've got a little bit of a slower driver in the car. Can just put a little bit extra pressure where maybe it's not needed. It's past one of the B2s. It's got a bit of a GT3 traffic in front. One of the many Audis we have in this race. Still looking decent for now. It's a very long race, so it's important to be there or thereabouts to still have a shot in for victory. Obviously no safety cars here, no caution periods, so makes it a little bit more difficult to gain back time. A caution period would reset the race, and if you look at the real-life Daytona 24 hours, the first few hours don't mean that much because everybody knows towards the end of the race it's just important to be on the lead lap because everything gets reset and reshuffled. Into the pits goes one of the Audis, and the pit lane's been a place where a few of the teams have gotten penalties. This Nissan, is it damaged or is that just the glare once again?
It's glare.
It's fine.
I'm pretty sure it's glare. So maybe these Nissans have some sort of a texture on the windshield while looking from further ahead. It looks like it's shattered, but it's definitely a car that is in one piece. And DK Tax Evaders, they are here to battle for the overall win in the GT3 class and for the win in the GT3 Pro-M class. Their main rivals, GT3 are still stationary in the pit lane to make their second long stop. NDK Tax Evaders, they have already completed 2 long mandatory pit stops. They are racing on a driver's change. Jibgashvili was behind the wheel. They are currently third in the GT3 Pro-M class. They were third when they entered the pit lane. It's a driver's change, automatically meaning that this is definitely a long pit stop. Nova Racing, they are on 1 long mandatory pit stop, and well, these teams that are trying to extend their long mandatory pit stops for as far as possible, and all the pit stops for as far as possible, I think they are on quite a nice strategy towards when looking towards the end of this race. As Gustav mentioned, it's not gonna be reset. So the drivers need to do everything here on the racetrack. GT3 back on the track, and NDK Tax Evaders have overtaken them, and well, let's say the status quo has been reset between these two GT3 Pro-M cars that are battling not only for the lead in the Pro-M class but also for the lead in the overall GT3 class. Latvian Lightning Locomotives, they are currently first in class, which should be and is actually the fastest class. Well, that's when looking at the WorldSimSeries page. When I'm looking at the timing tower, it's a little bit different here, and we have International Racing Team who are actually being showed as leading the Pro class. So something happened with Latvian Locomotives.
Sometimes I've seen the website being very slow to update sometimes,
yep.
So could be one of those issues.
No, actually it is Latvian Locomotives in front of International Racing Team, so yeah, but it takes us a slightly bit longer to update the results, and we need to figure those out. But it looks like Lightning Locomotives, they are in the lead of the Pro class, 45 seconds behind the GT3 car, and NDK Tax Evaders back into the pit lane. So, outseeing strategy in the GT3 class also. That means more of a headache for us to figure out what battle we are looking at. Hypernova Racing in the pit lane, the latest car to stop from the ones that have only 1 long mandatory pit stop to their account, and that's definitely gonna be another long stop. It's only second long stop out of the 14 that the teams need to complete here during these 24 hours.
and some of them will definitely save those long stops for worse situations in the race. If something happens, you've got the opportunity to get your machine fixed. It's very important at the times. Obviously, the damage on Assetto Corsa is not that punishing, but it can give you trouble.
Well, especially on a track like Daytona, where top speed is crucial, and the damage on AC usually compromises your top speed. So even though if the car can be drivable after a contact without suspension damage, usually you suffer from top speed loss, and at a circuit like this means much slower lap times. So yeah, having those long stops in your account towards the end of the race is what definitely matters for a successful race.
Yep, and we've seen teams in earlier years saving that long stop towards the very end of the race. Sometimes even the final pit stop could be your long stop. But that makes sense when you've got the opportunity to get that car fully fixed up.
Sean Clark Racing about to get back into P3. They are behind Raiffeisen Online Steer Alperia Racing Team. Not sure what happened to Sean Clark Racing. They definitely had some sort of a bad luck. Of course, Raiffeisen Online Steer Alperia Racing Team, they had completed just one long mandatory pit stop. Only two cars in the LMP2 class have completed one long stop only. That's Dream to Drive and Raiffeisen teams.
Dream to Drive clearly happy with what Mendeles has been able to do, and it's a good solution if you're happy, if the driver's feeling good, to just lengthen their stints a little bit. First of all, because he's quick, so he's gaining you time. But at the same time, you're delaying that long stop, and again, you've got then more opportunities towards the end of the race to get your car fixed if something goes wrong. So I think that's the idea from the guy who's a Dream to Drive. Let's see who the next one is into that car. We'll see how the gaps change as well once the pit stop is complete. And often, as we saw, some of them, they lose a lot of time in the pit stops. We saw Dream to Drive run out of fuel on lap 1 after they were perfect all the way through the first stint, and they lost about 25 seconds. And well, didn't really recover that time to the leader. We'll see where they fan out after the next long stop. But you remember, they had quite a few issues with that. A question of just these tiny little mistakes, and when the gaps are small, when all the teams at the front are good, you lose a lot of time by making very slight mistakes, and that's a big lockup. And lockups, they do punish you because you do have flat spots here. So when you flat spot the tire, well, it wears out more, and at the same time, any other braking zones you have, well, you'll have the same issue. You'll still have the car locking up at the exact same points of the tire rotation where you flat spotted it. So very important to avoid that. And each time you damage that tire, you kind of have to adapt. And you saw a big lockup. You saw a lockup from Dream to Drive a few hours ago as well. And then a few of those lockups reappearing. Looks like the race overall has been pretty clean so far. A few warnings, a few penalties, but that's to be expected.
Unless we don't catch up with any incidents or collisions, what we are looking at, and maybe there are some incidents happening on the racetrack, but we just don't catch up with those. We don't have a replay system, we don't have a report system of the incidents. What we can do is actually look at the referee's table, but it doesn't look too bad also. Only one drive-through penalty for 47 Racing team for causing an incident. That seems pretty decent to me, especially while having such a huge grid of cars. Two classes, look at the map. Cars everywhere. Every bit of portion on the racetrack has a car on it. And to this moment, we still have 42 teams racing. We don't have Simline Rivals Racing Team, Assetto Racing Team, and Dam's Endurance Racing Team with us here this evening. Two LMP2 pros out and one GT3 M car. Simline Rivals Racing Team, they were at, well, almost at the top at one point of this race, but then everything started to go backwards. It looks like it was enough for that team of racing today, and they are out of the server. There goes the Dream to Drive car. That should be, I assume, a long stop, because Mendelis is behind the wheel now for 4 stints in a row. And I think, well, maybe not. Looking at the WorldSimSeries, no, that's gonna be a long stop, but I don't see any other driver from the team connected to the server.
I think Mendelis needs to leave first, no?
Nope. Well, you say me? I don't know. I remember seeing people being connected to the server before taking over the wheel, but maybe maybe he needs to disconnect first. Right, this is AC, not ACC. Exactly. Sometimes I mix up those things. So car is back.
And he's definitely disconnected now. Tunila now will be behind the wheel. So we'll see what he can do.
And the question is how far behind or ahead maybe of International Racing Team and Jean-Claude Racing. The Dream to Drive will return on to the racetrack. Jean-Claude Racing, they were leading the race, then some issues hit the team. Dream to Drive was also leading the race at one point from the very start of the race. So that would be 3 lead changes, I assume, that we had in the top class.
Well, actually more. We had an extra lead change.
Well, yeah, we had during the pit stops.
Yeah. Dream to Drive has led the race before. They led the race in the first hour.
Yep.
The first 40 minutes before their mistake. No strangers to being at the front of the field. But obviously, we'll see where they end up now. This is the highest running Orica.
This is for position. Shizokor overtaking Customs GT. Melnichenko overtaking Polonio. That black car without sponsors is up to P6, and that's P6 in the pro class. So first 7 cars in the LMP2 class are all pro cars, and basically are lined up the way they should be regarding the classes, not a situation we have in the GT3 class, where we have a Pro-M car in the lead. Again, that's Griku Vegier. They are back in the lead. Latvian Lightning Locomotives tried to chase them down. And MDK Tax and Evaders, they took their third long mandatory pit stop. That's why they are further down the field. Does that mean? It does mean Dream to Drive car heads back onto the racetrack after their second long mandatory pit stop in front of International Racing Team. Oh, some cars off the racetrack. G29 team, they are the leaders of the Pro-Am.
Yep, they're the Pro-Am leader. They've got Team Blue Flag 20 seconds behind, but they still keep the lead even after that off-track excursion.
Oh, Sean Clark Racing, another long pit stop. How so soon? Why so soon? What problems, what issues do they have? They pitted the same lap.
Maybe that's why there were so many, why so much time was lost as well.
Yep, something to do with that. Looking at the pit stop count, well, it looks like the system catches up with the pit stops of Dream to Drive and International Racing Team, not with others. Oh, someone has been, Sean Clark Racing has been into the pit lane not too many times, only 3,725 times. That's why
That's a lot of penalties.
That's why they are slightly lower on the order. And wow, and they're losing.
Now behind.
They're losing plenty of places. That seems to be a bit more than expected. But yeah, this is a long stop, of course. I just hope they didn't have problems or they didn't have teleport to the pit lane, which would make them lose more time. Or can you teleport to the pit lane and then do the long pit stop and save the teleporting time?
I don't think I don't know if you save the teleporting time, but I think you can do the long pit stop because I think it only counts once the car actually gets back into the pit lane. It's been towed back, let's say.
Well, hopefully they did not have additional issues, and that's just a simple long stop by the team, but they are dropping places drastically, now down to P9. Seems something out of order here with our recent LMP2 Pro car, recent LMP2 Pro leading car. They're gonna be stationary.
Car as well. So Neyrala will jump back in. He was the one that set their qualifying time. So it's gonna be a big push once again. Guessing some kind of damage or something happened to that car. That's why they needed to go back into the pits. So that's why you have those long stop options, but you don't really want to use them this early on. That's, I think, the problem here, that they've used it so early. They'll still have options. They can extend their stints anyway, and like Mendelis did, and gain and claw back some of those long pit stop times. Also puts them out of battle, out of sight as well from the other two cars, which, if they start fighting, this could be the way back in for Sean Clark Racing. But clearly they weren't happy with something to have the need to pit again that early. Drive, getting past a little bit more traffic, gonna have a bit of clean road ahead of them. That's always nice to have. Should clear this car soon. should do it down the straight. So they'll have a bit of clear road ahead. Might even be able to get all the way through the infield section. Now, if you look on the left-hand side, when the car's going around the banking, the tire is actually coming out of the wheel cover there.
I was actually looking at the very same spot. Tauras Tunila braking way too deep into the corner. Wow, and having the GT3 car by your side was not the nicest thing to do. This is the driver who just jumped into the car. Last lap was a 1 minute 37.1. Knowing the conditions, it's a very, very nice lap because Silverio did a 1:37.4. So Tauras definitely feels quite comfortable behind the wheel of this leading LMP2 Dallara car. But mistakes like these definitely cost time and might cause damage to the tires. Luckily, they avoided contact or any.
Actually,
incident.
I don't think he even locked up. I think he was just too quick in. An experienced driver behind the wheel of that car knows how to deal with that traffic, but still, some of these outbreakings come about, mistakes come about throughout the race. It's important to not do too many of them. This is International Racing Team going around some more traffic. It's pretty much you're going to have traffic every single lap, pretty much. So it's important to get used to it. Have a good rhythm. It's much easier than what we had last year when we had the LMP3 cars, because the speed differential was so tiny between them. They really had to fight into the corners and into the braking zones, and sometimes you'd have a really fast guy in the GT3, and that would mean a slower guy in an LMP3 could even be slower than him. So drivers sometimes found it very difficult to even get past traffic in the infield. The GT3s are sometimes even quicker. They've got, in the slow corners, they've got much more mechanical grip. They were a little bit, I think, slower down the straights, but the speeds were so similar that really you had to properly overtake traffic. It wasn't as it is now, where it's just you drive past them. Time comparisons, and well, the one time Tauras was quick, he did gain time, and now losing time, and now he gains time again, so he's gone back up to pace. Important for him to be there because the gap is small. It's just 6 seconds. Any bigger issue, bigger mistake, or bigger slowdown in traffic could mean a change of lead. Well, that's not the biggest issue ever. Could still be problematic.
I wonder what position Sean Clark Racing team is now. Well, without that long pit stop, they have one long pit stop more now to their account, but the gap is huge. Looking at the times, it's about 3 laps. It is about 3 laps behind IRT, so they are definitely way behind their main rivals, and the position they were at, well, let's say 1.5 hours ago. Something didn't go right for this blue LMP2 Dallara.
No, it wasn't a perfect run, but still, remember, they haven't really lost anything. They've just made an extra long stop.
But look at the gap. Look, it's, well, mid-lap is 1 lap behind International. Then it's a huge gap between them and Shizokor, and then the car ahead of Sean Clark Racing is 1 lap behind P8. So it's quite a lot, even with the 1 extra long pit stop in mind.
I wonder, maybe it could have been a disconnect that they had.
Yep, something definitely went wrong. Yep, they are 3 laps down from the lead, at least 3 laps down, and that might be even more. So, yep, Dream to Drive is on the backstretch, so that's, well, 3 and a bit laps behind. 3.5 laps behind Dream to Drive car. So definitely issues, and they are definitely not in the position that they would like to be now. Maybe still not too bad. We'll figure this out as we will complete all the mandatory, well, the third long mandatory pit stops by their main rivals, but they just, it wasn't too long ago when they made those, so that was definitely an issue. I think it was a disconnect, and they were forced to do that long stop.
Could be, that could very definitely, very probably be the case. Still, it's not the end of the world for them. We've seen issues come about for all teams normally in the space of the 24 hours, so they still just need to keep on pushing.
They do push. They have a new car, brand new shiny car, which can be fast, and they are actually faster now than the leading car. Not by much, but they have the pace. Looking at the lap times, Jussi Neirola is definitely delivering.
Too bad we cannot see the actual average stint times. That would be a much better indicator of where the speed is, because obviously you can look at those 5 laps, but it could be that those 5 laps were in super heavy traffic while the other car was essentially running out alone on track. So it's difficult to tell sometimes, but Jussi Neirola took pole position, so he's got the speed. It's just a question of converting that speed into consistent speed.
Well, back to the GT3 class, also a different situation we have on the screens right now. So Griquet-Veger, they have 45-second lead against Latvian locomotives. I believe it was NDK, it is NDK Taxi Evaders who was in the lead. They are now 4th with that extra long mandatory pit stop. And looking at the gap, I definitely say that they are in the lead of this race. So, yep, they have 3 long mandatory pit stops compared to 2 of Griquet-Veger Latvian Lightning locomotives and IRT number 2. And they are only, well, they are still within the same lap from the leaders.
Yep, so that they've, well, remember, they overtook Griquet-Veger last time out when they were out on track together, so that's part of the reason why I think that they're able to be so close even after making an extra long pit stop.
Yep, that means they are quite far ahead because, well, a long pit stop takes some more than 1 lap, almost 2 laps. Yep, almost. Let's say it's more than 1.5 lap, and they are within the same lap now of the current leaders. Does that mean that they are roughly 1 lap ahead?
Should be.
Yep, so that's also a change in the order.
I think it's also a question of where they are on their pit strategy at the moment, not the long stop strategy, but the normal pit stop strategy.
Yep, that's good. That's a good point. That might also bring about 1 lap in. Yep, that would make sense. We don't have the count. Yep, not for the GT3 cars, just for the 3 leaders. It seems to be working, but yep, you have a good point. Maybe that's the case because they didn't have 1 lap lead. Well, they overtook Griquet on the racetrack, but definitely not by 1 lap. So that means that NDK taxi-evaders should pit first before Griquet go into the pit lane, and they should pit not too far away, not in the furthest future.
Yep, should be. So we'll see. If they do pit on the same, or at least a very similar lap, then it's yep, definitely an issue for Griquet. But wait and see what the actual situation is. IRT number 4, the IRT cars that have probably had the least issues, together with IRT number 2. The IRT number 3 car already 10 laps down, 4 long pit stops completed for them. And remember, they had that penalty for incorrectly completing a long stop. They had a very long stop and go. Definitely a difficult afternoon for them.
Zero racing by OBS simulator, a drive-through for cutting. Where does that team? They are 20th.
That's the automatic penalties that are handed out by the system.
Oh, this is the Porsche that had issues. They stopped and teleported to the pits. A very similar livery to the currently leading car. Photographies of the drivers taking spots on the car exterior. A very scared kid.
And the only 2 Porsches as well running in this race. But both of them, well, one of them is doing a very good job. The other one is definitely struggling a lot more. But it shows that you can pick a car that's maybe not the meta car at that moment. It's clearly possible to be quick if you're comfortable behind the wheel, especially in a 24-hour race. Any slight mistake can lose you much more time than you would gain with a car that has a theoretically better balance of performance for that event. You always have to make sure. And drive-through penalty for speeding, Mach 1 kart racing team. That's another one of those penalties which are very easy to get. And let's say a high risk, low reward situation for going into the pit super duper quickly. sometimes happens in these races. Lucky that I don't think you can get disqualified in this one. Because in Assetto Corsa Competizione we've seen even Sean Clark Racing get disqualified for speeding in the pit lane when it's an excessive speed, I think above 40 k's plus over the pit lane speed limit. You get a DQ penalty that can't even be removed by race control. So that one is the worst one you can get. And we've seen teams, those running at the front, sometimes drop out because of that. Here it just becomes drive-throughs and stop and goes. But still, not the best to get those.
Yep, in the meantime, Muffler Shop, team number 2, received a drive-through for cutting. And you can see that the drivers are taking quite a lot of curbs and the grass here in this bus stop chicane, and it looks like sometimes they take too much of it, and that's why they get penalties, to my assumption. RT number 2
yeah,
battle.
I think that's really the only part of the track you can get a cutting penalty, and it's quite easy to get. It's important to actually properly slow down if you do cut. I think then you don't get a penalty if you give that time back. Not sure though. But we've definitely seen cars going off at that point of the track, and that's a very dangerous thing, especially if you're in a very big group of traffic. You can sometimes put yourself in a very, very difficult situation because of going off the track and then having to find a way back in. Because there are tire walls, actually not even tire, that's concrete, so you can't just go straight on fully. You still have to rejoin somewhere in the middle of the Le Mans chicane. And finding that middle is not that easy, and you can't even stop, because if you've gone through and you've gone in too quick, the car doesn't stop super well on the grass. A little bit of a lockup from the G29 team, your leaders in LMP2 Pro-Am, and catching up actually to the highest placed Orica in Shizuoka Racing. That's a pro car that they're catching up to.
Orica has just completed a pit stop, so have International Racing Team drivers recently, one lap ago. So RT now further behind the Dream to Drive car, and it's a very big out-synced strategy race now in the LMP2 class.
Especially with because of the, let's say, the more fluidity in where you stop with the LMP2s, because you do have to really calculate where you want to stop, and let's say you've got more options just because the stint is shorter. In GT3, what you want to do is you want to go over the hour. Whatever happens, you want to go over the hour, and then it's a quite easy calculation to make towards the end of the race. In LMP2, it's 40 to 42 minute stint. That's not that easy.
I wonder if that's true. We have with these numbers between Dream to Drive and International Racing Team, but I would assume that Dream to Drive is most likely on 8 stops also. I wouldn't think that they managed to kind of regain the lost time. Remember, they pitted earlier than International Racing Team and Sean Clark Racing, and now
I think they were on a very similar strategy to International Racing Team. It was more Sean Clark Racing that they were both of them were properly out-synced of.
Well, maybe so. That
but I'm going to guess that there's a pit stop coming pretty soon for Dream to Drive.
Oops, a contact.
Can actually check.
A small contact
Well,
between 47 Racing. Yep.
Torres in. Well, I guess it's the middle of his stint. Because he's 15 laps in. He's been in the car for about 15 laps, so clearly some kind of outsync has happened. But Dream to Drive looked to be in a better position in that outsync. The question is really, did Dream to Drive stop early? Or did International Racing Team stop early? I'm going to guess International Racing Team are the ones that had to stop early at some point. Because they're the ones that, because the gap between them was about those 5-6 seconds. They were very close on track anyway. I'm guessing it's more International Racing Team getting outsynced.
Yep, well, they did make a pit stop quite recently, a couple of laps ago, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, why they made that pit
Yep.
stop so early? So I'm guessing they had to pit early sometime earlier. And now it's outsynced everywhere.
Would like to listen for the engine sound on the number 2 Dallara LMP2, because the Dream to Drive car is constantly hitting the rev limiter down the main straight. They definitely have a setup better suited for the for the straights. Would indicate why they were able to overtake their rivals so easily. Maybe all the LMP2s hit the revs by the end of this straight.
Have a look.
Yep,
That
they
could also. Let's see.
They also have the
Yeah,
Kill GT3 and Bomba.
Yep, they. So maybe the same steering wheel. Yep, they also hit the rev limiter.
But I think not so drastically as the Dream to Drive car does. I would like to listen for the engine, because I see the lights flash, but I think I hear the rev limiter hitting the limit. Maybe it's similar, maybe a little bit earlier, not too much. So yeah, it's not that big of a difference, I believe.
Strange, because normally an LMP2 car does have a different set of gears for tracks like Daytona, like Le Mans. The car is able to hit over 330, I think, k's an hour. So interesting that here they're actually hitting the rev limiter. Unless you're able to actually adjust every gear. Unless you're actually able to adjust every gear here. Normally, it's just a different stack in LMP2.
Bravos Motorsport received a 10-second stop-and-go penalty. Araujo behind the wheel. They are LMP2 Pro M car, and they were leading the race at the beginning of this one. Not sure what the reason is for that penalty, but definitely it's not a very nice one. Jean-Claude Racing up to P7 now, because of others taking that third long pit stop, I assume. Well, at least one car. That's Nord Oker Racing Endurance Team, which is in the pit lane now.
Wonder, can we have that lap time maybe comparison to the current race leader? get a better idea of where we are on pace. Yeah, well, no real idea where we are on pace because it just ebbs and flows quite a lot. I think clearly they're able to do those quick lap times and quicker lap times by Sean Clark Racing, but just that little bit. It all depends so much on traffic, on fights for position. Small little mistakes, like right here, getting stuck in traffic. This is gonna hurt the lap time. Be another lap where Toras Tunila can be quicker.
Well, I mean, Toras Tunila lap was 1 minute 37.0, and Jussi Neirola did 1:36.9. I'd say they are on a very similar pace. Maybe Neirola being just a tiny bit faster, but, well, nothing huge, nothing too much. I'd say they both can be on the same pace.
Probably a similar pace. It could also be that now that the temperature has really gone up, that it might be that the car of Sean Clark Racing is not set up for this kind of temperature. It's more set up for nighttime running, which we'll have more of, and the race will finish early morning, so in pretty cold temperatures. Right now, well, it's 1 p.m. virtual time, so probably another hour or so we'll reach the peaks of the day and start going down from there. We'll see if there's a resurgence from the Sean Clark Racing car. If it is quicker once the sun sets, well, once the sun sets and the temperatures go down once again. We'll see if maybe the soft tire will be utilized at any point. I think everybody should be on mediums. Maybe we can have a look at the tire choice. It is everybody on the medium tire. Nobody trying the soft as of yet. It's probably too warm for that. We'll see if that's a tire that becomes viable at night. Temperatures go down. Obviously, tire wear goes down. I think that's the, well, tire wear and how much temperature is generated. So I think that's the biggest concern with the soft is that it just overheats when it's this hot. Shouldn't be that much of an issue at night. That could also flip the script on which car is quicker, which team has a better setup for the soft tire. Could be another benefit for what we think is a lower downforce configuration on the Dream to Drive machine. Just getting a little bit of extra grip for that car. This started 5th. They did actually start 3rd.
So Toras will complete his 21st lap, and I'm trying to figure out how many laps they can do in one stint, and it's about 22 to 23 laps. If Bolt Mendelis did 4 stints and completed 92 laps, that's 23 laps per stint if everything went up to plan. So that's lap 22 now for Toras. So either by the end of this lap or by the end of the next one, he'll be heading over to the pit lane. we'll see the real gap
He was
between.
able to save a little bit more fuel. That could also be the case.
I mean, yeah, and in these conditions, the fuel should burn less, shouldn't it? It's hot, so it's not burning too much.
I don't think there's a big difference.
I'm not sure about Assetto Corsa, but it should be.
The actual, well, you're running slower, so yeah, you could burn a bit less fuel.
Not, yeah, I mean not too much, but slightly. So 20-second lap, and Toros is not pitting by the looks of it. No, nope, yes, no,
Well,
nope, staying out. Yep, staying out. So that's no pitting. So 22 laps in total. that's.
Yep, he'll complete 22.
So Mendeles did 92, so he did do longer, slightly longer stints.
Question, I guess maybe they're not as concerned about that anymore.
Yeah, I
Sure.
mean, you
Could be.
definitely, well, they are now, by the looks of it, at the better end of the strategy in the LMP2 class regarding the stops. And it's a little bit less than 19 hours to go. Through the Le Mans chicane will Silverio go. Toras is still stationary in the pit lane. Does that mean we will have a very tight situation? He got moving. He should be ahead of International Racing Team when he gets back out on the racetrack.
Will be ahead big time. They were, I think, separated by 6 seconds the last time. They were both on the same number, or at least a similar number of stops. See where they are now.
Yep, it's about 15 seconds, so they gain time. Toros is now approaching the West Horseshoe Bend as Silverio has completed the Rodriguez International Horseshoe Corner. Through the dogleg and into the West Horseshoe Corner, which will lead to turn number 6, which ends out on the backstretch of the oval circuit. A banked super speedway that has this famous infield course. Always enjoying
Banking of the super speedway.
Yep. So that's gonna be stint number 2 for Toras. That is stint number 2 for Silverio. That's actually stint number 3 in total. He is on lap 56 now. But is it? It's the first time, I believe, Silverio is in the car this evening. Or oh no, Silverio started the race, didn't he?
Check by qualifying. Right? No, it was
no.
started the race.
Okay, it was Molakauskas, then Nani took over, and now it's Silverio. So Nani completed 77 laps in total. And that would indicate...
Yeah, because it says 1 long pit stop. That means he's gotten into the car once.
Oh yeah, exactly. So that's
Could be the next stop.
That's the third stint for Silverio in this car, and yep, they could do a long stop next time they revisit the pit lane. And that should be in around 6 to 8 or 9 laps from now. Silverio, Nani completed 77 laps.
I mean, that's unless they maybe want to catch back up to Dream to Drive, or at least not have them too far away in terms of the long pit strategy. Could be an option as well to extend Silverio's run. He's been doing a good job. Got that car ahead of Sean Clark Racing. Obviously, they were having issues. And what they want to do they want to keep everybody the same amount of fresh? Or do they want to keep up with their rivals? That will also maybe change the way Dream to Drive react to whatever strategy these guys choose. I don't know if there's a big advantage here to getting back on the same strategy for Dream to Drive. It probably is for International Racing Team. Here are the NDK tax evaders.
Yeah, because IRT number 2 car is in the pit lane for a long stop. NDK are already on a 3 long stop count.
Yep, so they are in divisional lead. After Grikovic will take their final pit stop.
Well, by our calculations. Oh, IRT into the in the pit lane. Cool. I thought we were looking at the LMP2 results. Okay. Yep. So that should still take NDK to P2.
Yep, should be easily into P2, and they'd be in P1 because the gap is under a lap, so for sure with a long pit stop, Grikovic will lose that position, and it is a Pro-Am battle. While some others are Am and Pro, or Am Pro-Am. This is a proper, real battle between the cars.
IRT number 3.
For cutting, that car is cursed, I think. They've had issues, and those issues keep on coming. For them, really. I think they are enjoying their time here. I think especially that first penalty, that one was the real kicker, and I think everything else that's happening now, it's really just a bonus for them.
Latvian Lightning locomotives catching up with an M car. Definitely faster here. Well, not for the last lap, but overall the pace seems to be definitely faster of this Latvian car.
this car. Earlier on in the race, it was catching up to I think EXA, wasn't it? And they kept making mistakes as soon as they caught up. Just maybe getting a little bit too excited. So hopefully it doesn't happen here. Hopefully for them. It's Audi versus Audi, which is beneficial in the sense that you're not really fighting another car's strengths. You're fighting something pretty similar, even if setups are different or things change, but at least you're fighting something very, very similar. Still close between these two, and I think they can try and get closer.
Oops. They keep making mistakes when they find themselves behind another car.
It's still the same thing.
This is AOR on SRC. SRC just returned to the racetrack, I assume. I think they received a penalty or something. I saw something flashing on the screen. And suddenly we have two battles on the racetrack at the same time. Young driver drive-through taken. Yep, and it looks like AOR is able to pull out, and this is a side-by-side for Latvian locomotives and Hypernova, and someone is right behind them in another Audi, which seems to be also quite fast. Team EXA, they are down in 15th. This is the same car that Latvian locomotives have been struggling with, remember? We were just talking about. Oh, there was a contact. Yep, it was.
Oh, yep.
Yep, EXA just punted slightly the back end of Latvian Lightning Locomotives car. Luckily, it was not a huge punt. They managed to control the car, almost crashing into the Team EXA car, but I think that's gonna be a situation where the referee will have a good look at.
Yeah, I think they'll have to have a look. I think it was the worst thing.
Oh! Did you see how did they manage to avoid the wall? Go! Oh. This is the bus stop chicane exit of it. Wow, they were so lucky, and this is the RT car, the second placed LMP2 car. Wow, that was tight. They managed to avoid the wall. They were so close to hitting it. And the part of the track where they ended up stationary, wow, that was definitely risky. I think the drivers, they are fast, but they get easily frustrated. I think Ricky Veget are entering the pit lane. Yep, indeed. So NDK taxi evaders, they should get back into the lead now and still have that one long mandatory pit stop advantage. They don't seem to be quite much faster. Wonder what that's about. Well, they are faster, but not by much. Well, half a second, occasionally more. But they are so close to Ricky Veget. I don't get it. That's gonna give them more than one lap advantage if that's gonna be a long stop for Ricky Veget. It doesn't seem to be a long stop. No, it's not a long stop. Oh, and NDK into the pits also.
So this should be regular service.
IRT drop. IRT number 2 dropped so much down the order with that, and I don't see them doing. Okay, I'm lost here a little bit. Why did they lose so many places? Another no, not another. So IRT car that was leading, well, the fastest IRT car in the GT3 class, they are down in 9th, and I thought they were making a long pit stop, but that's actually not the case. They still have only 2 long stops to their account. But they did lose so many places here.
I don't remember them getting a penalty either. That's also...
I've just seen them going into the pit lane and losing plenty of places. I thought they were on a long stop, but now looking at the website, it doesn't show that they did a 3rd long pit stop. They were on 2, and they are still on 2 long pit stops. Drive-through for cutting for Nord Oker Racing Endurance Team. That's an LMP2 Pro-Am car, which is currently 4th in their class.
So,
Yep, so issues for IRT number 2, I assume. Yep, they were in the pit lane. You see, 6 minus, well, they lost 67 seconds, which is maybe a bit more than a regular pit stop cost you. Still, they lost.
because they definitely lost more time than that. Trying to see. Unless it's one of those penalties that are handed out automatically that we don't see. Could definitely be the case. Interesting situations happening out here on track that we're not always able to keep up with. Drive, well, lost, and then gained because IRT had a very, very bad last few laps. Really some issues. Definitely not just putting for nothing. And into the pits they come. This should... well, we'll see if this is just regular service.
Yep, they should have stopped earlier for that long stop. I think that's gonna be... oh, or is it a long... no, it is a long stop. I was...
It's long stop. Yep. As always, we are right. we choose the worst option every single time. We guess wrong. So it is a long stop. So they haven't pivoted to a different strategy than Drink to Drive did. They're sticking with their guns. It's also a way to do it. To do it as well, I would say. The line, and that's gonna put them. Oh yeah, because those guys are taking a long stop, so this puts them a lap in front. Should be pretty close to being 2 laps in front. Once the long pit ends.
Yep, that's gonna be a nice indication of where Sean Clark Racing is. Yep, indeed, nice catch.
Yep, you showed the car, and I thought, yep, that's gonna be a good indication of how bad was that time loss that Sean Clark Racing had. But this car, I think that's why we heard the limiter bouncing off a lot more on some of the cars. I think it's just a slipstream.
Yeah, I think so too. When they are behind someone, they reach higher speeds and hit that rev limiter a little bit harsher.
It's strange to me that there's no option for a longer gear set that they can have. Would also help with fuel consumption.
But, well, I mean, at least, I mean, everyone has equal conditions. So, if 2 or 3 cars would have those longer gears, that would be a problem. But everyone faces the same situation, so that's not too big of a problem.
If it was possible to do and somebody didn't do it, then I think they would have created their own problem themselves.
This is huge. This is a lot. Look, International Racing Team, they are back on the track. Sean Clark Racing is
update properly.
Well,
right?
Maybe.
See where they really are. I think we need to wait a bit more into the lap, because I remember it sometimes goes a little bit crazy. Unless they've lost a lap here. I think they would have.
Yep, look, Shizokor is in the pit lane, and Sean Clark Racing didn't even overtake them. They are also on a long stop. By the looks of it.
If they're on a long stop, it normally shows the car ahead until you pass them again.
Oh yeah, exactly. Well,
let's just wait for it to really even out, and then we'll see what the actual gaps are. But clearly, I can see that's another. I don't know if that's the correct P2 car. On chicane.
And looking into the map, Dream to Drive is not too far behind IRT car, which, if they would get ahead, would give them 2 laps of a lead. So they are basically 2 laps ahead. Okay, they managed to overtake Shizokor.
Yep, I think they're over a lap behind here. I would say that's pretty unexpected.
So they are 3 laps behind the leaders and 1 lap.
Yeah, but they're a lap behind International Racing Team.
Yep.
They're about a lap and a half, I think, behind. And that's pretty big issue, I think, for them. They're gonna have to find a way to get that lap back, but obviously we always know that things happen in these races, and I would be very, very surprised if either International Racing Team or Dream to Drive run all the way to the end without any issues. So we'll see what keeps happening. For sure, Sean Clark Racing need to continue pushing as they have been. Different temperatures will be the chance for them to get some time back.
In the meantime, Malakauskas is back behind the wheel of their LMP2 car. And I think Malakauskas was the driver who completed quite a lot of time laps in the pre-qualifying session.
He did do qualifying as well, so the car's in a strong pair of hands.
Yep, so Gustas did 1,024 laps in the pre-qualifying session, and I don't think there is any other driver who did more of those.
Be the case. Sure.
Difficult to check out the statistics, but definitely out of 60 drivers, he's definitely the one who has the most laps in on this racetrack. So, well, he can drive blinded, he can close his eyes and still do the lap times that he's able to achieve. Let's try and compare those lap times, which is, well, he was fast on lap 193. Todas did his personal best on that lap, and Malakauskas was just a tiny bit faster, and that was his second flying lap, so tires on the correct temperature. And well, I think Torres is able to see Gustas in front because he's almost 2 laps ahead of them. That was tight. I think that was the Mach 1 car. No. Was it Mach 1 car? Mach 1 car.
Not sure, but that was...
yep, it was Mach 1 car, and it was close.
That was a lot of confidence that Todas had in that other car, that it would not drive into him.
Yep, I think there you can see in far in the distance, that's the IRT car. Yep, indeed it is. So, yep, it's now, as Todas makes this pass, this is at this moment, Todas is behind IRT car that you see in the distance. So this is the gap, almost 2 laps difference. After that mandatory pit stop was completed by the IRT team, they are now 1 mandatory pit stop. Well, they have 1 mandatory pit stop more to their account than the Dream to Drive team has, but that means Dream to Drive would still be ahead of IRT when they make their long mandatory pit stop. And for the Dream to Drive team, only 3 drivers made appearance this afternoon, and this is a team of 5 drivers, and all 5 drivers have to drive the car. This is mandatory.
Maybe splitting the time up more towards nighttime.
I started thinking, is there really this rule, or am I taking it from real racing?
That every driver needs to drive?
Yep, I started doubting, but I think that should be the case.
I think so. I believe that's the case, yes. But I think that the drivers will just have more driving time during the night.
Yep, indeed.
They might also split it that way, and a 5-driver lineup, you get quite a lot of rest.
Yeah, but well,
especially if you extend distance.
My point was actually there is still a possibility for the Dream to Drive team to have a different scenario. They still have... Oh, someone's off the racetrack. Okay. Wow, I thought it was a leading car, but it was not. Or was it? No. Why do we have 2 laps now? It was IRT. Yep, I was not mistaken. It was IRT off the racetrack. Dream to Drive is ahead now by 2 full laps. Wow. Can it get any better for the Dream to Drive car?
They should still keep vigilant. Remember the last time they properly led the race, they ran out of fuel, so would be have to keep pushing. And if they can extend their advantage, especially now if the other cars are making mistakes, if they see this opportunity here, that's when you go. That's when you put it on full boost and try and build an advantage. If you have an advantage, then really throughout the rest of the race, you can do more management. You can maybe take less risks everywhere else if you can extend that gap right now. So I think that's an important point for them, that they shouldn't relax fully. They've obviously still got them relatively close to... Oh, no, that is down into the pits, and I think that's early.
And that's damage. That's definitely early. They just came out of the pit lane. Wow. So this is another car of the leading group that has issues, and you can say that these issues are quite drastical. That takes a huge pressure off the shoulders for the Dream to Drive team. They can now allow themselves to crawl around the circuit. They don't need to do unnecessary, they don't need to take unnecessary risk while being in traffic and so on. They have so many advantages now after IRT. Their main rivals had this next issue, you could say.
Yep, and that definitely puts them in a very, very good spot. That lets them manage things more. I think that's a good chance then to again extend the stint. Extend what Todas can do now behind the wheel. Just giving themselves a little bit more comfort for when they head towards the end of the race. Then use up all of those long stops in case anything happens. It's an important decision the team has to make. How do they strategize the rest of this race? Because now they'll really not have anybody as a proper reference. Quite alone, at least feeling quite alone out on track. Great, more traffic. Assetto International Racing team, they've been in for a while, over 2 minutes.
That's gonna be the next long stop. Look, it's already 2 minutes 30.
But don't they need to disconnect for it to be a long
I don't
stop?
think so. I don't think if you're a single driver's team, then you just simply stay stationary in your pits for 3 minutes. But I'm not sure. Maybe they have to do that. Maybe that's the issue that the RT number 2 car had, but they would already know it. Yep, he's preparing to go. Okay, this is... Yep,
Okay, no,
yep,
you don't.
yep.
I guess you don't need to disconnect.
Yep, you don't need
It's a long stop done.
And where do they end up? Behind Sean Clark Racing. Yep.
Yep, but the they have now done one more long stop than they have, and they're only about 40 seconds behind. So it's not that bad for P2. They're definitely way more out of sync compared to Dream to Drive now. They're 2 long stops out of sync. And also that changes in which point of the stint they actually take their normal pit stop. And puts them off sequence heavily. Right now, everything going the way of Dream to Drive, but it's changed very, very quickly here, and if I was Dream to Drive, I'd be worried it would change again, but in the wrong direction for them.
Yeah, I mean, but you don't have that pressure on your shoulders anymore, and well, you can simply relax, and sometimes in those hot moments you just have the possibility to make those safer decisions that overall makes your race a little bit more easier and safer. Here they could have definitely bailed out and wait for the next corner. Toros felt that it's an easy overtake, but they can always kind of, when being in situations like these, will escape undamaged. And if you're gaining on someone, or if you're trying to chase down someone, then it's usually a higher risk of a crash or an incident. But of course, it's still a long way to go. And I mean, I was talking about the driver stats. I mean, the teams have more drivers, and the Dream to Drive team, even though we have already completed almost 6 hours of racing, there are still 2 drivers out there that need to take over the wheel of this car, and you never know how those drivers will perform. It's going to be easier for them now. They don't have to defend from anyone, they don't have to chase no one, but still it's something unanswered yet for everyone, even for the team themselves. They don't know how the drivers will perform, and as you say, everything can happen.
Some added pressure.
It is.
For those guys coming in, because they know they can't mess it up, but they still can't be too slow. That's another thing. They can't just fully relax.
Yep, no more fuels. No, it's actually the same. That's lap 44 for Toros, so 22 laps per stint. And, well, he should stay in the car. That would be my guess for the 3rd stint. And the next time they will enter the pit lane, they should do a driver's change. Yep. So what do we have next? Second car in the LMP2 Pro class is Raiffeisen Online Steer Alperia Racing Team, the team that has the longest name of all the teams in the 1st division. They did have problems also, that they did receive drive-through or stop-and-go penalties. I cannot recall what it was, but it was not the cleanest race so far for them. But it was cleaner than the race for some of the teams. Innerhofer behind the wheel. He already completed 110 laps. And there are 2 drivers in the team.
They're, I think, unexpectedly in an extremely good position out on track.
Mid-lap crisis, Lee O'Brien and Cook behind the wheel of this car. I'm pretty sure that is a 2-man's team. Well, we cannot be 100% sure, but it's doable. And maybe they decided to complete the 24-hour race just with a team which has only 2 drivers.
I think somebody's sharing the rig there because
Oh, it is a long stop.
mid-lap.
Yep, sorry.
It's a long stop, but
It
I
is.
think Toros Tunila stays in the car.
Yep, I think so.
Or that could also be single rig switch.
I mean, at one point you have to calculate those long stops. Well, it's a 24 hours race. Well, of course, yeah, these LMP2s, they do make a lot of pit stops during the 24 hours time, but we've already 6 hours into the race and they have only completed 2 long stops. Well, still no problem. I don't see a problem here, but well, I think they're willing to start eliminating those long pit stops. Maybe they want to kind of get back in sync with the strategy to understand their position better, to understand their tasks a little bit better.
Could be just trying to and long stop complete.
But I don't see the notification yet. I see a notification for long stops for IRT number 4. I don't see the notification. Yep, I see it now. Dream to Drive, third long pit stop completed. Whew. I thought, you know, sometimes it can happen, system mistakes or system failures. You stay stationary for 3 minutes and then the system doesn't catch up with that. Well, definitely would. Well, that would cost quite a lot. Still, not too much. Okay, but that's...
Well, I mean, if they had to do another long stop, that would be a very big cost.
It would, but they have... Well, now, seeing the situation of their rivals, I think they would still be safe.
They would probably be safe, but that would eliminate
Their
all
lead.
of the
Yep.
great work that they've done so far.
That's IRT
I think
number
that's something
4.
that they really don't want to do. Racing, your screens. Trying to move back up the field. I think is Rife doing a long stop?
Nope.
That
Sure.
makes sense.
Sure.
Okay, so they're the ones that...
Yep. They are holding
2.
those long stops till the end of the race. But at some point you have to do those. You have to start making them, the long stops.
You could just make them in the last, well, all of the last pit stops you're making. You could make them all long stops.
Maybe they just don't have the willingness to calculate how many stops they will do during the race. It's definitely more than 24 in total. But it should be about 26 or 27. I mean, pit stops overall.
Oh no, it will be more because they're doing only about 40 minutes. So.
Oh yeah, that's 3 hours. They do 3 stops in, well, yeah, 3 stops in 2 hours. 3 stints in 2 hours, to be more precise. That's 2 stops in between.
Lights are on for the Audi behind, not on for Sean Clark Racing. I guess they don't really need it for now. but the
Yep.
light will go down. And go down quite early, so we'll have a lot of night running. Shot clock racing, that's going to be pit stop.
I assume that's gonna be a short pit stop.
Should be. Well, remember they made a long pit stop not that long ago. Oh. It was because of an issue.
They will lose out again to International Racing Team. They might come quite close to each other, actually. No, they will still be behind International Racing Team, and IRT will have that one long pit stop more to their account than the Schonglar Racing Team has. That means they are still almost 2 laps ahead, even with those issues. Oh, no, not 2 laps ahead. About a lap? They were a lap behind before the IRT had that contact and a long stop. But yeah, it should still be a lap between Sean Clark Racing and IRT. If Sean Clark would decide to do a long stop the next time. This is your current GT3 leader on the track regarding the track position, but still on a 2 long stop number.
Prices. Now this is GT3 overall leader and GT3 Pro-Am, but it will change. They take their final long stop. Actually, NDK Tax Evaders, that third long stop is not, well, quite a few cars have done it, but we still have a few even at the front of the field that haven't yet. So it is not that unique that we have a few cars on only 2 at the front.
Oh, nice comparison between Sean Clark Racing and Midland Prize is still on our screens.
Those two, well, I think anyway Sean Clark Racing will catch up. It's more of a question when. They definitely have the pace. Same with NDK Tax Evaders, they do have the pace and they've been bringing the gap down to GT3. It's been coming down for all of this time when we've seen GT3 on those 2 long stops and NDK Tax Evaders on 3.
I'm still trying to figure out.
Farias in the NDK.
I'm still trying to figure out how NDK is so far ahead in the lead, even though they are currently P3. That one long stop to their account, one that they have more than the others, will put them far ahead into the lead. looking at the pace of the cars, it's well, I would understand it that if NDK would be like at least 1 second per lap faster, but it's not the case. Sometimes they are about 1 second faster, sometimes slower, so you could say that the pace is pretty similar. Well, yeah, it's quite a stable pace for GT3. If you look at the times, it's not so stable for NDK. But maybe if they are able to put in like 10 clean laps without traffic, without losing too much, maybe that's when they are gaining. But that's about a lead of a lap for NDK. Yep, 1 full second.
Just been better all the way through.
Ooh, Sean Clark racing. Losing 7/10 and then gaining 7/10 on the next lap on IRT.
Gaps in the last 4 laps from P5 to P6. International Racing Team catching up to Assetto Corsa as well. Sean Clark Racing were quicker last time round, but pace ebbs and flows in traffic, of course. You do have a nice part of the track coming up now, where it's going to be a little bit clearer. Same part of the track that the race leader is in as well. Free space right now. Busiest part of the track, I think, is coming out onto the banking. If you look at the track map, there's a very, very large gaggle of cars there, lumped in together. Track a little bit more calm, but that changes very, very quickly. You can often run into very, very big gaggles of cars that almost appear out of nowhere. When it happens in traffic, cars get stuck, and now we only have 2 categories. If we had 3, that would be even more.
Catching up with Shizuoka that have been overtaken by the race leaders a couple of corners ago, and they are actually quite close to the lead car. If they have no big issues of overtaking the number 6 car, they might be catching up with the leaders, who seem to kind of maybe go the safe fuel route, or just the safe route, because they are constantly slower on the racetrack now than the IRT driver. Got stuck behind the GT3 car for too long.
That's decently well. This is going to be difficult now. Gets a little bit boxed in. It's often a strategy you can use when you are in front.
Gives a bit of a breathing room for Assetto Racing. This is a battle for position. Both cars are in the LMP2 Pro class. Just that IRT has that one long pit stop more than the black car as they run into more traffic here. Draft doing his job, so that's gonna be, yeah, he has to lift. Malakauskas even had to lift off the throttle slightly. Yeah.
The wheel coming out of the wheel, though. That's very funny to look at. Survives. It's front.
No real battle here, actually.
Yeah. I think Shizuoka as well saw that there's really no point in putting up a big fight here. And that's the smart thing to do. You're running your own race. And I think for Shizuoka, they're probably more interested in mid-lap crisis and Reifus and further up ahead. That's their battle. I don't think it's their battle with International Racing Team or Sean Racing should come later as well. Pro-Am led by Team Blue Flag ahead of Nordiker and G29. And I think we can have a run through of where we are out on track right now in terms of standings. Dream to Drive lead this one, and a big reversal to what we saw before we left you last time out. Reifus and Online Steer Alperia Racing Team sit in second, but still OSA launch stop. Then comes Mid-Lap Crisis, International Racing Team, Shizuoka Racing, and Sean Clark Racing top 6. Pro-Am, like I said, is Team Blue Flag, Nordic Racing Team, G29 Team, and SGS. GT3 overall, that's GT3 led by OBS Simulatori leading the field ahead of Latvian Lightning Locomotives and NDK Taxavators. GT3 lead GT3 Pro-Am as well, but NDK Taxavators have actually just moved into second. Have one more long stop completed, so they'll be the leaders once everybody does their second long stop. GT3 Pro was led by Latvian Lightning Locomotives. Let's see if that will switch with IRT number 2, who sit in second in Pro and third in Pro. Let me find that. That's Darren Simracer, 27th overall only. Pro, then we can look at AM, GT3 AM, led by Hypernova Racing. Sit 4th right now overall. SRC are the next car in that class. And Velociraptor Racing Team down to 31st overall, hour 2 of the race. They were up in the lead by 20 seconds. And Pro-Am is GT3, NDK Taxavators, and AOR Racing Team sit in 3rd. Those are your results as we are 6 hours into it. Yes, 6 hours done, so quarter of the race completed and 18 more to go. We'll be taking another break for about an hour, and we'll see you back pretty much for sunset time almost.
Series presents Ultimate Endurance Challenge.
Welcome back to Daytona and the 24 hours of Daytona here on World Sim Series. Dream to Drive continues to lead the race, but they're now back on the same lap with the International Racing Team, but they just pulled out their long stops. Long stop 4 completed, and Edmund is getting in behind the wheel of the Dream to Drive car, the 4th driver on board that one. They're ahead of the International Racing Team and Shizuoka Racing, or down a long stop. LMP2 Pro-Am, that's led by Team Blue Flag ahead of SGS and G29 Team. GT3 Pro-Am, it's NDK Tax Evaders ahead of Grikovic by OBS Simonatri. IRT number 2 sits 3rd, and that's the lead in GT3 Pro. GT3 Am led by Hypernova Racing. Rounding out the podium in GT3 Pro-Am is AOR Racing Team. 2nd in GT3 Pro is IRT number 4. 2nd in GT3 Am is SRC. And then 3rd in Pro in Lightning Locomotives, and the AM podium rounded out by Velociraptor Racing Team. So, just under 17 hours to go. It's 3 o'clock virtual time here at Daytona, and the temperatures should soon start to come down. A little bit of cloud cover coming in as well at the moment, and we'll see if the lap times start to drop soon as well.
Yeah, they should definitely start dropping. We are still roughly in the 1 minute 37 second zone with the LMP2 Pro car. Sedvan is outbraking himself slightly into the first corner, and after 7 completed hours, this is the first stint for this driver of the team. How interesting it might sound. We've already been racing for quite some time now, but there are still drivers that are yet to appear in this race. International Racing Team, well, they had those issues, but suddenly they don't seem so bad at this moment. Of course, we don't know the exact pit stop count and how outsynced or in sync the teams are with the pit stops, but still trying to figure out the real gap. It sometimes goes up and sometimes goes down. It's actually about 42 seconds now as the system has caught up with it. Virtually Sean Clark Racing are 3rd, though they are currently 4th, but Shizuoka are still on that 3 count of the long pit stops, and that's about it for the LMP2 Pro class. LMP2 Pro M class, difficult to catch up with who is in the lead. It's Team Blue. Yep, you've already said they are P8 overall, P1 in the Pro-Am class, quite far ahead of their competition. So with 17 hours still on the clock, they have quite an advantage. It's about 1 lap, shouldn't it be? Yep, you can see that on the map. SGS are right in front of them, but as we know it's well, basically far from the finish and things can change, but at the moment Team Blue Flag holding on to that lead. Let's look at how the things actually look on the racetrack after we took a look at the results, which I think a lot of people had difficulty reading. Those small tiny letters, especially when looking on the screens. These are the standings. Still, two GT3 Pro M cars in the lead of the overall GT3 standings, with NDK Taxi Vaders having that huge gap against Griqueveger. If you, it's also about
almost
one full lap. Yep, you can also see that on the map. I think it's quite clearly visible. We see the yellow second position dot, and the purple first place is behind. So it's not a full lap, but close to that. International Racing Team, they are third overall. They are first in the GT3 Pro class with no competition, actually. Their nearest rivals, IRT number 4, are way behind, 2 laps behind, actually, the number 2 car. So quite safe in that department. So the Hypernova car, they are 4th overall, and this is an M car, and they have already completed 3 mandatory long stops. That means they are definitely looking really strong here this afternoon. Their nearest rival, SRC car number car number 33, also driven by a driver from Poland. So AM led by 2 Poland drivers at this moment. And that's about it with the standings and what we still have here on the table regarding the battle for positions. That's IRT number 4 gaining on SRC, the M car. But that's not for direct position in class, just for classification in the overall standings. Let's continue the journey, I believe. Still plenty of time to go. Still plenty of things can happen. Blue flag, the LMP2 Pro car entering the pit lane. They were leading the LMP2 Pro M class.
LMP2 Pro Am, it has been a change in that class, because it was G29 who led it when we last saw the category. It has changed. That one has flipped around, I think, a little bit more, and different cars have come and gone, but they've actually been in a very similar position overall the whole time. Never really getting that far forward, the Pro-Am class, but still being within, let's say, reach of that top 5, but haven't progressed more than that, which is to be expected. The Pro-Am class normally should be a little bit slower. But that has seen changes, and I think we'll see many more changes throughout the race, as obviously in the Pro class, everybody is of a very similar pace within a team. In Pro-Am, you might often have drivers who are quicker, drivers who are slower. Same situation in the Am class, remembering that long time lead of the Velociraptor team. 2 hours they led, and as soon as the other driver came in, that all changed, and now running much further back in the field, but they do have their fastest driver coming back, and that's Rega, who started the race. They might try and mount a comeback, still sitting in a podium position in GT3 AM, but I don't know if that's what they really want here. Thinking they're still looking at maybe potentially a victory, but that class, GT3, has definitely been more varied in terms of how well the AM cars have placed compared to the Pros and the Pro-Ams. But LMP2 Pro, that is still Dream to Drive at the top of that one. They had a very, very interesting start to the race. They had a great start, then ran out of fuel, lost a lot of time. Now, they're back in the lead because their competition made mistakes, had issues. They're holding on to the lead by about 40 seconds. Velociraptor Racing Team, that was that pit stop completed in Riga, coming in back behind the wheel. And here's the gap differential. Actually, International Racing Team have been closing in a little bit during the stint. See if that really continues on. If that's maybe just a little bit of traffic, a little bit of still getting used to the car for Radekis. Definitely, if you look at the lap times, not the greatest, but still long way to go. And
I wouldn't say that the lap times are not the greatest in these conditions. We have Riverio, who has, well, it's already been reset. He previously set a 1 minute 36 high. Radekis putting in a 1:37.0 for 37.2, which is not too bad. I was reading the penalty for the IRT number 2 car. They are the leaders in the GT3 Pro class. Latvian junior locomotives also drive through from race direction, so some of the penalties are kicking in. And Gustas Malkauskas has been stuck in traffic or something. He lost 2 seconds on the previous lap time. So I wouldn't say he's gaining too much on the Dream to Drive team, especially with 41 seconds gap that they have at this moment. And I wonder when the stop is coming from the International Racing LMP2 team. How long has Gustas been in the car? He might be approaching his the end of his stint now, because we have that outsynced strategy.
An outsynced strategy, but Dream to Drive have kind of caught up to them as they've completed 4 long stops as well. They could have been much further ahead on those stops, so deciding for them it was better to stay in similar strategy rather than trying to really get away there.
Oh, many penalties coming in from race direction. That's Golden Motorsports. These drive-thrus, they might be for the incident count, because we have a limit, and when you exceed it, you receive a drive-through penalty. So maybe that's what is bringing those cars through the pit lane.
You mean they've exceeded the warning count, or the
30 incident points collected by a team will result in a drive-through penalty. So maybe that's why we received 3 penalties in a row by race direction. And I think it's handed automatically by the application. Or is it the referee? Because I don't see here any drive-throughs. Nope, on the sheet that I can look at. I don't see no drive-throughs from our race control.
Could maybe just be the automatic penalties coming in. It's been relatively clean. Obviously some minor incidents, but that's to be expected. But we haven't seen the deluge that we often see in these races of penalty after penalty with drivers really misbehaving. But this time it's been looking pretty good.
How did Sean Clark Racing end up in 6th now? So they had to pit more than 4 laps ago. As we were looking at the results, they were 4th.
So we missed that one as well.
I don't know, they were 4th. They are now down to P6 for last laps are fast laps, so they didn't pit during the last 4 laps, so maybe we just kind of missed that. But they had to go into the pit lane to lose that much time, which might indicate that the International Racing Team would need to pit also, or they did pit. They were kind of on a similar pit strategy. Remember, before the break, at one point they went into the pit lane at a similar time. Assetto into the pits. That should be their long stop. They are currently P3. That's how good they have been advancing, but they are one long stop down in comparison to most of the others. Rife Eisen, Online Steer, Alperia Racing, they are also one long stop down. Mid-lap crisis are on 4 long pit stops. Sean Clark Racing and Customs GTAC, they are also on 4 long stops, including both of our leaders. So, yep, that's gonna be a long stop.
Everybody in LMP2 will go to 4 soon. Similar situation in GT3, so really everybody running pretty similar strategies in that sense, that they're switching drivers out at similar times. Let's have a look who has the most long stops. Already 8 done by 47 Racing in LMP2, and that is the highest by far. Because the other highest I saw 6, I saw 5, but 8. That will make the rest of this race difficult if they want to go all the way and not have to make an extra long stop. I think that would be optimistic in any case. But you know, it's possible. Still an opportunity if they clean up the rest of it, because I guess those long stops were mainly for fixing damage, but we kind of missed that. We never really saw somebody crashing out that many times. Drive-through completed by IRT number 2. That is the highest running car in GT3 fielded by IRT. They've got 5 in this race. That one is the highest one. Still running. They've got the IRT number 4 car as well. That's out on track, running decently well. The IRT number 3 car, that was the one that was having issues all day so far. That was the one that got that penalty for the long stop as well. We haven't really seen any more penalties for long stops, so maybe that was a good warning sign for everybody else to make sure that their long stops are correct. Now this is going to slow down Sean Clark Racing. They're going to be in a lot of GT3 traffic. Another traffic jam that just sometimes, it almost seems like randomly appears in the middle of the track. And a big angle as well down at turn 1. But field is very much spread out now around the track, so you're always in traffic pretty much. How many cars do we still have running? Still 40 cars out on track. IRT number 3 have retired. 50 laps down on the lead already. On the lead overall. GT3 overall leader is...
Ooh, Sean Clark Racing spinning around.
Oh!
In that traffic, that's not gonna help. It's definitely not gonna help. Simon Speff behind the wheel. Didn't damage anything, didn't hit anything. Now he's quite close with that lap car. He doesn't want to give it position, but he might be forced to side by side into the dogleg, and well, he had to. let them through. That's Nord Oker Racing. Last lap was 1 minute 37.4, so they are quite fast here, and Sean Clark Racing will not like that. If he's faster, he needs to be way faster to be able to overtake that LMP2. Though, if that LMP2 in front is fast, he can use it for fuel saving and a bit of drafting to try and compensate this mistake, at least by a small bit. And well, IRT in the front actually gaining a bit on pure pace on the Dream to Drive car, and well, now it's not by a bit, more than 3 seconds in 2 laps, 2:54 and 2:55, then about a half of a second in laps 256 and 257, and you couldn't say that Radekis is slow. He is within the 1:36 now. His last lap was 1:36.5. The problem for Radekis is Gustas Malakauskas can do a 1 minute 36 low, which is a bit too fast. Oh, this time Radekis was a bit faster.
A little bit quicker. I think maybe just getting used to the car as well. Getting more and more comfortable with it. Could very well be the case here.
Yep, that builds a very nice battle between these two leading cars. And at one point it seemed that IRT have huge troubles when they had those issues. They had those earlier pit stops, then they made a long stop slightly earlier after that, well, damage after the accident that Malakauskas had. But they are still looking quite strong here in the overall standings. That's only 35 seconds lost. And at one point they were about 5 seconds ahead of a Dream to Drive team. So that's, well, not too big of a loss. And that's still definitely a big battle for the overall win. Which is what the drivers have gathered here for. Battle each other, try to do everything correct and win the race, as we see our GT3 overall leaders and GK completing a pit stop, and they just received a stop and go 31-second penalty for swap, swap issue or something.
For swap time, so I'm guessing that will be the guessing that's the minimum pit stop time, and that is a pretty big issue for them.
Remember, there was a team that received, I think, the IRT number 3. They received a 175 seconds penalty. This is much better penalty, only 31 seconds compared to that one enormous that the other team has received. But that's going to be definitely a loss. And looking at the pace, they are just a tiny bit faster than Griqueveger.
But a penalty like that, I think that's going to put them. I think that's going to put them very close to them. I'm not sure if it's going to put them behind. But could be very close. I mean, after the long stop from Griqueveger coming later. But
and that's gonna be a long, boring, stationary time doing nothing, and a too short one for a break. So just sitting tight, waiting for the time to tick out. And they'll be moving again. Hypernova are also into the pit lane, and SRC are in a close position on the racetrack with RT number 4 team. But it looks like they are slower than the car in front. So maybe they've swapped places recently. Hypernova out of the pit lane. think they are moving. Yep, they are moving. And NDK are also now moving in the pit lane.
Stop and go successfully taken. That's another important thing. Don't mess up serving the penalty. I think in the Nürburgring 24, I remember seeing somebody get a drive-through for speeding in the pits and then get a drive-through for speeding in the pits while serving the drive-through for speeding in the pits. So that's another thing. Complete the penalty correctly. Because if you're already standing there, just make sure you don't have to go back to do the same penalty again. And sometimes that's when you serve it incorrectly, it's going to be incorrectly by a second or tenths of seconds. So effectively, you're serving double of the same penalty. So that's something teams have to keep an eye out for. Those stop penalties. Teams are experienced with how long their pit stops have to be, but sometimes the nerves get to you. Yeah, clearly they did for these guys. This is the leader in GT3 overall and Pro-Am. They will obviously, they would still lose the lead when they complete their long pit stop, but they are closer. That puts just a little bit more pressure on NDK. They know they have to recover that time, but they've been quick enough, at least so far, to recover that time.
Yep. By the looks of it, NDK will still end up in front of Griquet-Veger. They are not one full lap behind, so that long stop definitely takes a bit longer than one lap. It takes almost 2 laps. So still a healthy lead for the NDK team, even though they are still in front. Yep, Yep, International Racing Team, they did do that pit stop, so I was assuming correctly. They were on the end of their stint and they went into the pit lane, and they are now only 2 seconds ahead of Jean-Claude Racing. And actually, no, they are more in front because IRT had they already have 5 long stops completed, while Jean-Claude Racing only has 4. And is it actually 2 seconds? Yep, it is. It seems a bit more because you barely see the IRT car here while looking at Jean-Claude Racing, but it says 2.3 seconds. That's how the 2.3 seconds look from an onboard, driving with Simon Speth. The team that seems to be rocking many places, and it's sometimes so hard to tell where did they lose that much time. They are still behind IRT with 1 long mandatory pit stop less. So that's a huge gap now here. And they were leading the race once.
And they were leading comfortably as well.
Yep.
They were half a minute in front, and it's all fallen apart. And you think, you know, where are they losing time? Well, remember the spin that we saw. And I'm sure there have been more mistakes that we didn't see, and all of these little things, and not so little things, they all add up. And
well, they added up quite nicely into a very huge gap.
Well, you know, that one spin, it's going to cost you 20 plus seconds. Do a few more of those, and well, you're in a situation like this. So not too surprised, to be honest, that we have this kind of situation for them.
Yep, and it's actually Crisinani now behind the wheel of the IRT car. The driver who was able to put in fastest lap time once. So he's definitely one of the faster guys. We just have to wait out and see what speed can he carry around the Daytona circuit at this moment. But they seem to be slightly faster than Sean Clark Racing guys at this moment. Gap is increasing between these two cars. So again, not good news for Sean Clark Racing. Not only they lose quite a lot of time, they currently are losing on the racetrack. They lost 3/10 on the previous lap. Let's see how much they'll lose on this one. Into the West Horseshoe corner.
Could also, it's very interesting, very much quicker in sector 1, and then losing time the rest of the way through. Somebody, that's long pits, IRT.
Number 4. They completed their 4th non-stop. 4th? Was it 4th? Yep, it was 4th.
IRT. One of those still running IRT GT3 cars.
Nani lost a little bit in traffic with that Porsche, which is the lead car of the GT3 class.
A little bit of fuel saving as well from Sean Clark Racing.
Okay.
Just that little bit of a lift, and I think that's how they managed to probably save it in the first stint. I think now their only option is get back to what they were doing and what was working previously. And maybe, well, still 16 hours still to go. Nothing's lost.
Yep, more than half of the race are still on the clock. Just stay there, keep on driving, and hope for the best.
And we know how fast they are as well. So that's the important thing. I mean, we know how fast they are. They know how fast they are. So shouldn't be wouldn't be a surprise to me if they are still in the conversation once we get to the end of this race.
Dream to Drive pits. After 20 laps, that's an earlier pit stop. Shadekis completed slightly less laps, but I think the team got rid of the fuel-saving strategy, and now they are trying to push. Not sure if that's the best strategy, but well, maybe it is. The team knows what they are doing. Shadekis completed 21 laps. Tanila managed to do 22, and I think Mendelis managed to do 23. While saving the fuel and still being quite fast. And that's going to be a short stop for the Dream to Drive team, definitely. They are basically doing 3 stints, 3-run stints for one driver. 3 stints for 1 run, to be more precise. Minute and 4 seconds stationary for Edvinas Žadeikis. We're still comparing Sean Clark Racing to IRT. defense on
IRT,
the previous lap.
IRT are looking good, because remember when we were comparing them to Dream to Drive, they were running just that little bit quicker. They're running quicker than Sean Clark Racing as well. It looks like it's now gone, well, at least the balance has kind of swung in their direction. Maybe the track condition right now is the one that works best with what kind of setup they have. We'll see how that keeps changing as this race goes on. Remember, Dream to Drive were super quick in the first stint. That was the coldest condition we had, and they dropped off a little bit, and the pace came back. So the pace keeps ebbing and flowing. Could be setup, could be drivers, but it's right now 3:40 virtual time, and that means we're getting closer and closer towards the sunset. We're not quite there yet, but I'm sure the drivers are waiting for it. It's going to be a very, very long night, and Daytona normally has...
That's too deep.
Very wide. Yeah, but it didn't look like he locked up, and that's... actually looking back at the replay now, I don't think he actually locked up, so if he saved that tire, didn't see any smoke there, so I think he saved the tires, so even from that bad situation.
Again, wide, tires are cold, maybe this was his line, he still hit that apex on the exit, it seemed a bit wide on the entry, but maybe that's the line of the driver. Yep, that's cold tires. He just came back from the pit lane, and it's really easy to out-judge the braking point into the first corner. You come already kind of steering left while trying to slow that car down, and after driving it for 40 minutes with warm tires, well, you can sometimes misjudge the braking distance. So he didn't look up, he lost a little bit of time, but well, it was a moment, but nothing too much. We've had bigger moments in the past, and I think the Dream to Drive team had some issues while we were on the break. While Tanila was driving, I think they had some kind of a moment in the Le Mans chicane. Or was it the first corner? I don't know, but they lost a bit of time in that moment. So, as you've mentioned, there are mistakes that we see, but there are definitely mistakes that we miss. That's why sometimes the gaps jump up and down, and it's hard to tell what happened to one or the other team.
I'm having a look at the YouTube comments. Turns out there are no softs in LMP2, and we were just fantasizing about having a soft tire. Maybe next year. Maybe next year, but IRT says that on their LMP2, the underglow actually changes depending on who's the driver.
Wow. I didn't know that.
I don't know
you
how that. Yeah, I have no clue how that happens, but it's what they say. It's hard to tell now.
It's red.
Doesn't even look like there is.
It is. There is. It's red. It's glowing red under the car. It's Chris Inani behind the wheel. Well, we'll have to figure out what the other colors are for the other drivers, Malakauskas and Silverio. But it's a nice feature. I didn't know that AC offers something like that. Yeah,
that's interesting. I have no clue. I don't even know how that's coded in.
Maybe that the mod has this feature. Look, and the GT3 cars have also, like this IRT, the other IRT car that has been overtaken by the LMP2 car. They are also have a color underneath the car, so maybe this has something to do with the mods that we are using, and all the cars are by the ACF modding team, all the GT3s and also the LMP2, so maybe they offer this feature.
I think that's something that the team does, because definitely not everyone's running these lights. And IRT have often run underglows in other events, so maybe they just found something in the code where they can change it per driver.
They live in the matrix, definitely.
Yes. So they sit in P3.
That's actually P2. That's, well, they are currently P3 now, but Shizuoka Racing own 2 long pit stops to International Racing Team, 3 versus 5, so it's no competition for the IRT guys. They are going for the win. They are currently 3rd on the track, but it's just a number, not the real position. They're
so
definitely
they're the
here.
ones with a lot of long stops.
Yep.
Seen other teams have a few. They obviously had issues. It's normally how you know that a team has issues. I think now probably they want to catch back up to Dream to Drive. At least if I was them, I'd try to get myself back on strategy, maybe extend a few stints just that little bit longer, one extra, and get the drivers running longer, especially at night. That's a good time to do it, give the others a bit more time to rest.
Well, those long stops, I mean, yeah, sure, you need a couple of those towards the end of the race, but well, you also have to do the math. You don't want to leave with 1 long pit stop for the last stop, because it might be a splash and dash situation, and you would opt out from that possibility. Well, maybe they'll need 10 liters of fuel to finish off the race, but they'll still have that 1 long stop, and that would hurt the team. So I think, and the time will come when you know, it might be already too late to put in all those long stops. It's still early, it's still okay now, but you also need to kind of think about the remaining hours and remaining pit stops, the remaining number of pit stops.
You could still calculate it out the end and see how many real pit stops you have, how many long stops you still want to do. But yeah, maybe I just want to go back to what Dream to Drive is doing, just so we're kind of in the same ballpark there. That's maybe what I'd like to do, just to be the same kind of strategy. At least then you know what's happening with the pace, you know what's happening with the drivers as well. So you can maybe modulate it a little bit more, maybe put some pressure on Dream to Drive as well, push them into being late.
Not into, oh, that's Simon Speth into the pits. That might be a long stop.
This is another team that has obviously really struggled.
Simon Speth did 2 stints so far, so it might be a long stop, it might be a short one. Depends on the strategy of the team.
It looks like a short one. Yep. He went all the way. Normally indicates a short stop. Drive, getting past one of the Audis. Class leader. They've led for a lot of laps here today. After the issues for everybody else. Last year, they finished 4th. I don't remember what actually happened to them.
I think they had issues. They were definitely here and they were battling for the win, but something did not go to plan.
Yes, that's what I kind of remember, I think, as well.
Yeah, they definitely had the pace.
Trying to also look through the other years of this race. Was the 12 hours of Daytona. That was won by Sean Clark Racing. Finished half a minute ahead of Dream to Drive. And 3rd place was International Racing Team. So again, similar teams that, well, same teams that we're looking at here. And in terms of drivers, Sean Clark Racing has added Neirola into that lineup. And Nims, I think Mendes is in the one this year. But that was the 12 hours in 2024, and that was the last time the LMP2s ran. GT3s ran as well. That was a victory for Sean Clark Racing. Also, last year in GT3s, it was Taiga Motorsport Racing Team who won, ahead of GT Panama and Muffler Shop Racing. Still seeing similar, in GT3 we're not seeing similar teams. In the top class, quite a few similar teams. To see more years of Daytona. Find 2023 for some reason. Guess we can't find it, but 2023, who won in 2023? I think Dream to Drive has kind of always been up there as well. and they've always come short. I don't remember them winning Daytona. I felt like they've always come up short.
If they hear us, they could tell us the story. I don't recall definitely the winners or how the Dream to Drive team did on the Daytona racetrack. But yeah, maybe they were always there, but not able to win it.
I'll try and find it. I'm sure I'll find 2023 and 2022.
Trying to recover after that penalty. They are still virtually in the lead of the GT3 overall and the GT3 Pro-Am class. But it looks like they have the pace. They are running away during this stint, at least during the 4 last laps, and they're doing that by quite a chunk. In 4 laps, they outstanded the NGK team by 2.5, almost 3 seconds, which is quite a good pace. And they are still not in the lead here. Well, they are, but they have one long stop less to their account. So the NDK team, they definitely did something good. To hold.
So 2023 was Sean Clark Racing. IRT number 3 finished in 3rd. 2nd was Italia Racing Team. Dream to Drive 6th. Started 3rd. Actually, yeah, Dream to Drive started 3rd. 2nd was IRT number 2, and Sean Clark Racing started on pole. So same thing that we have this year. Just that it's a different IRT car, but it's still IRT. 2022, it was Simutech ahead of Sean Clark Racing and Race 24 Siete. And Dream to Drive down in 28th after starting on pole, DNF. That one. A few actually DSQs in that race. But yeah, Dream to Drive hasn't taken the win at the 24 Hours of Daytona.
Well, room for improvement.
Yep, it's always gone away from them, and I always remember them being at the front. So kind of a bogey track almost for them. See if something maybe changes.
Still a long way to go, even though they are in the lead. But look, they just lost 1.6 seconds to International Racing Team, and even though they are far away now on the racetrack, they are much closer than they are at this moment. Dream to Drive will do that long stop, and that's gonna change. They will and should be still in front, but the IRT team is definitely looking strong here. And they are up into P2. I think Raif Eisen have pitted. Or no, it's Shizokor that have went into the pits for a long stop. I wonder why did IRT go up into P2? So that's Shizokor that have went into the pit lane. Yep, they are back now on the track, but they will stay stationary for still quite some time. It's only a minute that they have been in the pits. And that's IRT up into P2 now.
Where we expected them to be, knowing how the pit stops looked.
They're about 1.5 laps behind Dream to Drive with that long stop in account. Doesn't seem too bad.
No, looks pretty decent for them.
It's actually less than half of a lap, so that seems to be much closer than it was before IRT taking that pit stop.
Well, Dream to Drive just crossed the start-finish line, so
it's about half of a lap.
Yeah, about half a lap.
Oh, look at the pace difference. So Dream to Drive in the 1:37 zone. IRT constantly hitting those low 36 and gaining more than 1 second per lap. So 3 laps in a row, so they gained more than 4 seconds in the last 3 laps. Well, it's not more than 4 seconds. It's 4 seconds in the last 3 laps, which is quite a gain, and that might help them in the future. I mean,
help them now as well, because they look. Well, if they keep going like this, it might even be that when Dream to Drive does their long stop, it might even flip back to International Racing Team. For a moment, they looked like they were falling out of it, but this is how quickly things change. Now they're looking closer and closer. And that is a warning shot as well to Dream to Drive that they can't relax too much. They're still going to have to keep taking risks here.
Yep,
still need to be quick, and well, they do 37.0. I don't know if that's going to be enough for what they're trying to do here. Usually is just not feeling as comfortable as he'd maybe want to in the situation that he's in right now, and with the way the car is handling. Again, expecting the cars to change maybe a little bit more once we get into the night proper. It should stabilize with the nighttime temperatures. I think this is also a warning shot to International Racing Team. If they can pull off this pace, if somehow Sean Clark Racing can also find their pace again, which we know they have because they've been super quick in qualifying, maybe they can come back into this as well. So something for all of the teams to think about. Not that many opportunities to relax here at Daytona. Oh, that's somebody relaxing, but off the road.
Yep, that's
Reifenson.
Oh man, the job. I was looking at the data. I was trying to find more information, and then I didn't see what happened. We had that small onboard camera on the left side with.
Actually, I can look back at that and see what happened.
Straight into the pits.
Oh.
Goes.
So actually, yep, I'm not surprised that they went straight into the pits. Just looking back at this now. So, Reifenson, they had to make a decision whether to go left or right, because there was a Porsche parked on the grass on the inside of the exit of the Le Mans chicane. But it was parked. It was standing stationary, and Reifenson, instead of going to the right and staying on the track, they decided to go to the left, go on the grass, and sideswiped the Porsche. And that's what happened. So I'm not surprised they had to come back into the pits. Big damage for them. They went in full speed. So fully coming out of the Le Mans chicane, hit a stationary car, so big damage. That well, normally that would be just a long stop, and you get your free repair in that.
It's definitely gonna be a long stop because they are the car with the least long stops in the LMP2 class, so they will have their opportunity to complete that long stop. Mommy Corsa.
And that's sometimes why these keeping these long stops is so important. This could happen in towards the end of the race as well. Team Bombing Corsa, was that a drive-through taken or a drive-through given to them?
Drive-through given, I believe it was drive-through given. Oh! Small contact with the Latvian junior locomotives. Sean Clark Racing was already on the inside, so now it's Mami Corsa drive-through taken. And well, Sean Clark Racing was already on the inside. It seemed that the Locomotives junior team kind of didn't see them. It wasn't a huge impact, especially on a Assetto Corsa system. It's I'm pretty sure the cars are undamaged, so just a small bump, and life goes on, race goes on.
Yeah, these small, wow. That is unexpected. Huge differences between what and well, Dream to Drive gaining a lot on Sean Clark Racing as well. Are they having issues with the car?
Something seems, yep, something seems not right. Yeah, okay, that's 139.4 because of that issue, because of that contact. But, well, the pace is not spectacular. 38.7, 37.9, 38.8. They are losing loads of time here, and they are not gaining, and that's making their life even more difficult, even though they are in a battle for, well, by the looks of it, for P3 now at this moment. They are 34 seconds ahead of Shizokor, who have also done 4 pit stops. What about the Shizokor pace? Wow, Shizokor is also faster.
They're gaining a little bit, yeah. So something's clearly not right. Obviously, they were involved in those couple of small incidents, but let's see what happens now. This lap has been much more clean for this car. Can it be fully clean? But look, that was quite slow coming out of the bus stop. A little bit timid.
IRT also had a slow last lap, 138.5.
What happens here? 38.4.
It looked like a clean lap, relatively clean lap, but it's not a fast lap.
Nothing looked wrong, so to speak. So I think that's the biggest worry for them, that really nothing looked wrong, and it's still well, a slow lap time. I think that's what the team is maybe worried about. Maybe another long stop will need to be taken. I'm gonna guess there's some kind of damage. That's my only explanation for it.
IRT in the pits. It's gonna be a short stop. Is it a short stop? Nope, it's a long stop. No, it's a short stop. Close to a long stop, but it was definitely a short stop. Now being 2 laps behind this car. A couple of laps to go for Edvin Žadeikis. Well, 2 laps if he's doing 21 laps per stint. He's on the 40th lap, so this, the next, and by the end of the 3rd one, he should be heading into the pit lane. I assume he will stay in the car. We'll spin a little bit at the back of the car. 136.9, so he's pushing. So it seems that when the cars get light, well, at least for the Dream to Drive car, when it gets light, the drivers are able to extract more speed out of it. 10 past 4 p.m. local time on the track, and you can already see it's getting darker. So we will be heading back into the nighttime at Daytona circuit, and it's gonna be much cooler, and the track surface is gonna become a little bit more better for the tires, and the drivers will be able to gain a little bit more speed out of their cars. That's when we might see someone putting in more fastest lap times, though the fastest lap time during this race, 1:35.2, set by Sean Clark Racing, seems also spectacular.
I wouldn't be surprised with the lap times really dropping in the night. But again, depends on many things here.
I mean, 35.0 was the qualifying defying lap time set by Jussi Neirola, and the conditions were, well, basically ideal. It was 7 or 8 in the morning. It was 7 in the morning, so I don't think it's gonna get better than that. Maybe the drivers, well, maybe the track itself is gonna be a little bit better.
I think the track is probably rubbering in a little bit. It's another thing that I think to keep in mind. Likely you'll get a better slipstream because you can draft up behind a GT car that's not gonna make your life miserable when you're in the infield section. But you can get a good draft out on the banking. So I would still think that we'll see the lap times come down even more. It was also foggy in qualifying. The humidity could have also had an effect on lap times. So we'll wait and see, especially once the sun properly goes down and track temperature goes down as well. Maybe just more opportunities to push than you have now.
Chrissy 91st flying lap after the pit stop, 1:36.8. So it seems that the RT car is fast throughout all of the stint. The Dream to Drive car seems to be fast by the end of the stint. Radekis also did a 1:36.8 the last time. He did a 1:36.4 before, but that's the very end of his stint. I think the IRT car went slightly slow, but that sometimes gives these different scenarios during the races when, well, at different times the pace of the cars differs slightly. Edvin Radekis, is he gonna go into the pit lane? No, stays out for yet another lap. That's his 43rd lap, so he did 21 lap in the first stint. I think that's gonna be 32 laps in his second stint. And he should stay in the car. If they will follow up with the strategy of the team. Mendelis did 4 stints, but Tonila and Kniva did 3 stints. Now, who's gonna get into the car after Edvin Radekis pits for that long stop? That should be Dainius Butvila, who is also yet to make an appearance for that team. So still one unknown factor for the currently leading car, which is being chased down by IRT. Look, the next lap, 1:36.9, and these are the opening laps for the IRT car that are straight away faster. Oh, Radekis did a 1:37.5. I think he was stuck in traffic. And he should be heading into the pit lane by the end of this lap, by my calculations, which might be wrong, but we'll see. He's heading through the Le Mans chicane. I wonder how the teams will end up when they will eventually match out the long stops. I kind of think the IRT car will definitely be way closer than it was before those pit stops. Look how much of
For sure. The question is, are they going to be in front? I think that's the big question mark here. with how much they've been gaining so far, I wouldn't put it past them. Into the pits comes, well, the current race leader. And should stay in the car, that's what we expect. Yep.
Yep, it's going to be short
in his
stop.
pit box.
A small
It's,
dot on the
funny
map.
that we say short stop when it's a pretty long stop. I mean, it's a minute stationary. It's not like a 20-second stop or a splash and dash. It's still a pretty long stop, and it's full service every single time. It's tires and fuel.
Well, it was 1 minute 2 seconds for IRT. It's 1 minute 3. Well, very similar, a couple of seconds difference, but every second counts. So you lose.
I mean, that's a big difference. 3 seconds?
No. Well, the time didn't stop, but well, the car got moving around 1 minute and 3 seconds, and the IRT car got moving around 1 minute and 2 seconds or so. But that's only eyeballing the time.
Okay, but that was I thought that was the pit lane time. I was thinking, how do you lose 3 seconds in the pit lane?
Do we get a pit time on the bottom right corner? Doesn't seem so. But look at the IRT, 136.2, now 136.6 with traffic, and there's a big mistake.
Oh, no.
Contacts have been avoided. There goes the flying lap. Oh, that's a loss. That's a big loss.
That's all the time they've gained.
Even more.
They've put in an amazing performance all the way until here, and they've just given it all away in that one mistake, and that's gonna ruin their tires as well. So double whammy there.
Assetto Racing by OBS Simulator, drive through from race direction. Sorry. Yep, lucky.
Lucky that they didn't. Lucky that they didn't have any damage, because this would have been bad for them.
It would have been so. Yep,
would have had to have had a long stop for that one.
Lucky escape. To shorten that up, to sum that up, what happened in first corner. Remember, Šadekis also had a moment. So, as I said, it's really difficult to outjudge the braking distance into turn 1, especially if you change the line slightly, you find the track a little bit less grippier on the outside, or maybe more on the inside of the corner, but that was just a little bit too hot into the first corner with the braking zone, and we will figure out how much did Caricinani lost with this mistake. As soon as he crosses the line, we'll see the time, and well, we'll figure out how much more work he has to put into the driving. Whoa, that's around 12 seconds loss. He even had to engage reverse to stay out of trouble, to not be hit by anyone. So that's how much it costs. So if they gain half a second per lap, that's a 24 laps. That's a full stint job completely wiped. That's a lot.
Yep, and could be even more depending on what damage to the tires that did, because he had those brakes locked up as well to get that car stopped. Could be even more as this stint develops. So yeah, but good news for them is that if they keep up this pace, they've got enough time to still gain that back. What is it, 15 hours and 40 minutes to go? So yeah, can still make up that little spin there.
Plenty of time. So one stint duration is 43 minutes, so that's more than 17 stints on the clock. So, well, yeah, it was a moment, but now everyone can relax and continue what they are doing. look at the outlap. The first fast lap by the Dream to Drive team, it's 1:37.6. It was 1:36.8 straight out of the pit lane when the IRT started their fast lap. I don't know, is it the driver's confidence in cold or new tires, or how they bring the heat up into them? But it looks like the IRT is just capable of flying, and look, when no mistakes happen, they are on a very, very similar pace, always in the 1:36 zone. So that's 8/10 back from the lead from that mistake, and well, it got reversed again, and IRT is trying to chase down. Now, well, let's look what the Dream to Drive car is capable of doing on second fast lap after the pit stop. Should be faster. Well, they did have traffic in this lap. You have to take that into consideration also, but still, 1:37.5, only 1/10 faster than the outlap, and there's a lot of traffic ahead of that Dream to Drive car. It's not gonna get faster. Crescinani will have a clear track for, well, at least one lap. There's a bunch, well, after he completes this traffic. So, well, yeah, okay, you never have a completely free track, I assume. You always have the traffic. We still have 40 cars on the track. 45 started the race. 40 cars are still on the go. And that should also be a 1:36 time for Crescinani.
Yep, and nobody's been able to be close. Well, close. They've been able to. Oh wow, 36.4. That's almost a second gained to what Dream to Drive. Over a second gained to what Dream to Drive has been able to do, and well, he's making up for that mistake because he's absolutely flying, and nobody's been able to be even close to what this guy has been able to do in these couple of stints, and still, I think, opportunities to take the lead here once Dream to Drive get their next long stop done. No guarantees, but Crescinani doing the job that his team needs him to do. It's such a huge reversal as well of form by that car. Yeah, it's interesting to watch because cars keep going up and down, and the speed of these cars keeps going up and down. Some drivers in the cars slower, some drivers quicker, and that makes this race just that little bit more interesting. GT3, they are probably the team that has now led the most laps in GT3.
Oh, that's strong blood racing, that's strong blood racing. And they did
turn around,
and they did set a 1:36.9 the last time, so it was a decent lap. And this happens.
Wow, almost took out the GT3 leader, the current GT3 leader. I was saying, I think that they've actually led the most laps in GT3 without actually, well, if you look at the long stops, they wouldn't be leading. So it's a unique situation, I think, for them. Still doing a good job to stay up in front.
They're actually faster than NDK's. Well, not for the last lap. They had to brake hard into the bus stop chicane. Lost about 3 seconds.
So again, a little bit of a reversal because at one point NDK looked unbeatable almost as they were gaining, but tables have turned here in GT3. Maybe still an opportunity for this team to keep going forward. GT3, well, GT3 overall and GT3 Pro-Am as well. This is, remember, the lead for GT3 Pro-Am. Not only overall, which there's no extra prize for overall. But the main battles for that Pro-Am spot, that's the NDK Tax Evaders. Am led by Hypernova, and they're well in front. The next Am car, you have to look all the way down to 9th, and that is SRC.
Yep, so they are having a pretty nice race. As an M car especially, second overall, of course, they have that one less mandatory long stop to their account than some other teams. So the leading cars...
I mean, it's still, normally a Pro-Am car by this point of the race should be enough ahead of the Am car, but then you might say, okay, but the Pro cars are behind the Pro-Am, actually behind the Am and Pro-Am cars. The highest Pro car we have is right here on your screens, Latvian Lightning Locomotives.
Yep, and well, IRT number 2, once we're leading the class, they are now 3rd in the Pro class. About the long stops, 4 long stops, well, they did have some unfortunate moments. Mach 1 car racing team 3 long stops, and Latvian Lightning Locomotives 4. So that's also a slight outsynced strategy. Mach 1 running 6th
Still,
and 2nd in class.
They're behind both Am and Pro-Am cars.
Yep, Jean-Claude racing into the pit lane.
But after that scare at the Le Mans chicane, change of pants incoming. And 36.2. Maybe that spin motivated Christina, that car even more. Christina behind the wheel, and I think maybe he just got some extra motivation because he's absolutely been flying. Sun, start to see it coming down.
They did cut the chicane quite drastically here and didn't slow down, so right on the limits of, well, right on the limits of track limits.
Well, that's how you do these incredible lap times. You gotta put it on the line, I think. It's this one. Slower in the 37s.
Oh, there was traffic and...
Oh. A little bit of contact, but...
that's risky.
They
That
get
was
away.
also risky. They are pushing. They need to push. This is their scenario now. This is their race now. They need to push. They have no other opportunity, and well, they take those risks. But is what it is. They need to eliminate that gap, which is currently untraceable, hardly traceable. You need to take out those calculators and try to figure out where the Dream to Drive car will end after that long stop that should be coming when Edvinas Žadeikis will enter the pit lane the next time to hand over the car probably to Dainius Butila, the 5th driver of the team. So he'll be enjoying the car after around 9 completed hours of this race for the first time. This is the consequences of having a big team. You have the privilege to have a lot of rest for your drivers to not get fatigue, but well, it's a plus and sometimes it can be a minus, and you still are unsure how the driver will perform with the car who has not been in it yet during the race.
Yeah, but that's. But I think you know from all of the testing you do pre-event that driver A and driver B will do lap times like that, or at least you know the lap times that you do and the kind of difference that the other guy has to you. So I don't see a big issue there. I think for international racing team, they're taking those risks not only because they want to catch up, but when you have this kind of pace, you don't really want to do anything else but just drive as fast as possible. That gives you just even more extra motivation. And you start driving quicker. The important thing is don't make any mistakes. And now have Grikkeviger taken the long stop?
Yep, they took the long stop, and so do the NDK Taxi Evaders drivers do. So that's still gonna be a one long stop off between the two teams, so they will re-enter the track. So Grikkeviger will hold on to that lead because Hypernova Racing has also entered the pits for that long stop. So there's not going to be much of a change in the GT3 class.
One full long stop, that's the difference between them. And that's on strategy. That's not even really being super out of sync. That's just these two cars driving their strategy. See if it's the way it holds. Well, we are approaching the end of today's broadcast. We'll go over to part 2 soon. Part 2 will be the AutoCam taking you through the European night, and it will turn nighttime in the sim shortly. But let's go through the results one final time. It's Dream to Drive at the top of the field, ahead of International Racing Team, Shizuoka Racing, Raifusen Online Steer, Alperia Racing Team, Customs GTAC, and Sean Clark Racing in 6th. That was your pole sitter. LMP2 Pro-Am, it's G29 team ahead of Team Blue Flag and Nordoaker Racing Endurance Team. GT3 Pro-Am and GT3 overall led by Grikkeviger by OBS Simulatore. Hypernova Racing lead GT3M, then comes GT3 Pro-Am P2 and the NDK Tax Evaders. GT3 Pro leaders Latvian Lightning Locomotives ahead of Mach 1 Kart Racing Team, another GT3 Pro car. Then comes GT3 Pro-Am P3 NLG Racing, GT3 Pro P3 with IRT number 2, and that is and we have GT3 AM SRC and Velociraptor sit in 32nd overall, and that's P3 in GT3 AM. But thank you for tuning into us today, and we'll be back and taking you all the way to the checkered flag tomorrow to see who can take the win here at Daytona. Will International Racing Team catch back up? Will Dream to Drive hold on to this lead and get their first Daytona win? Or will we see a huge comeback from Sean Clark Racing to go pole and race win? Find out tomorrow and join us tomorrow. Same place, WorldSimSeries on YouTube and Twitch. Have a good night.
Yep, and don't forget to switch the YouTube link for the next part of this broadcast. Have a good night.
presents Ultimate Endurance Challenge.